Morning, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon for those attending virtually. Thank you very much for being back to ISEC and to the IESBA board meeting. I hope you had a gorgeous evening yesterday after the meeting. Fortunately, the weather is beautiful, and you're having the experience of the Lisbon lights and Lisbon weather in September, which is usually very good. I know that the city is a bit crowded. I hope that you all found a place to have dinner because it's not being easy these days. But if you need some help within my scarce availability, I can help you with some plans and organizing a few things. So this is the second day. We still have a lot to do ahead of us. And as I had said yesterday, and you of course know because you have seen the agenda, this morning, we will start with the project on CIVs and pension funds. Just a quick recap of what happened before. So this project started, well, this topic was on the IESBA agenda already for a long time. It started with a request from the PIOB to do a deeper analysis about the independence standards, if they were fit for purpose to cover the CIVs and pension funds when the IESBA worked on the public interest entities concept years ago. So there was a commitment. We put this project on hold as we were developing the sustainability project. And then we resumed that to, of course, because there was a commitment and because there is a conviction that there was a need to make sure that everything is fit for purpose still in the code or not, and that we do something or anything. So after some discussions at this board, and probably some of you were not yet here, we decided that the best way to move forward would be to do a survey to understand exactly the situation in the different jurisdictions. So we needed to gather information that we did not have. And for that, we gathered information and then we moved forward with a public consultation asking stakeholders if the concept of related parties in the code is fit for purpose to cover all the entities which are related with CIVs or pension funds and to address all the independence concerns and considerations that arise from that circumstance. This was the very specific focused objective of this public consultation. There were some misunderstandings. We heard some comments about the public consultation as if we were exposing something, an exposure draft. It was not the case. It was really to ask stakeholders if their opinion about if what's in the code today with respect to related parties is fine, enough, sufficient to address all the independence considerations, or if otherwise we needed to do something else to make sure that the code is updated in a way that covers all the circumstances. Actually, CIVs and pension funds are a very different animal from companies. The reference, the benchmark in the code was the corporate model. And so we need to make sure that CIVs and pension funds are a very important market agent, and they are institutions which represent a significant part of capital markets, and it's growing. So we need to make sure that everything is working. This is the purpose of the work that we have done so far. Justice, but all of this because it's taking a lot of work, a lot of outreach, a lot of research, and etc. So we received a very significant number of responses to the public consultation, a bit surprising, I must say, for the IESBA benchmark. I don't know the number, but it's well above 100, 135, 150, 100, yeah. So, a significant number, which of course takes a lot of work and time to analyze properly. I will give the floor to Linda and Jean and thank the project team as well as Luigi, who has been significantly involved in this work for the hard work that they have been doing in this respect. But what's being presented to the board today is the first information that the project team can give you about the responses to the public consultation. And based on those responses, we would like to hear the board about how to move forward from here. If you think that from these responses and from the summary that has been presented, there is something that justifies or points us to the need to analyze further the information, and that's the next step. It's to, or other thoughts about how to move forward with this project. So, Linda, I'm going to hand over to you. And again, and of course, as usual, I'll ask the board to be as focused and sharp as possible, but focused on progress, on making decisions about how to move from here. Ken, do you want to add something?
Okay, sometimes it's a matter of luck as to whether it turns on or not. Thank you very much, Chair. Before you start, Linda, I just thought I'd remind the board that it would be very helpful if you could, these microphones are very handy because they're movable. So if you wish to take the floor, bring the microphones as close as possible to you so that those at the back can hear us, because there's a bit of an echo and sometimes those who are at the back are not able to fully understand what's being said. So if you could be mindful of that. Thank you.
Hello. Lovely. Beginner's luck, I think. So welcome to today. Thank you, Chair, for that lovely welcome and kind of a summary of where we are with the project. I want to welcome everyone to day 2 of the IESBA meeting. This morning, we will review the responses from the consultation paper on auditor independence for CIVs and pension funds, also known as investment schemes. And our goal is to provide a comprehensive overview of the responses to support the board's consideration of the approved workstream objectives. As alluded to, we want to draw your attention to the fact that the responses we received reflect diverse perspectives of respondents, and there was no consensus on any of the questions. For this reason, we felt it would be premature to attempt to develop a pathway forward without the board's preliminary consideration of and reactions to the significant comments from respondents. Accordingly, the project team felt it would be more useful to present the key themes and walk through the details of the responses for each question. We'll keep the public interest as our compass throughout the journey this morning. So, once again, and this goes to what Gabriella shared, we had extremely diverse comments. However, they kind of landed around a few key themes. And instead of just launching forward and developing some proposed recommendations or something like that, we felt the need to have the board's consideration of and reactions to what you read in the paper, what you're hearing about the respondents' comments and sentiments about the consultation paper and the related entity definition, et cetera. So as you will see in this session outline, we've kind of developed this morning's presentation in 3 different parts. And in order to kind of maintain a good time schedule and give everybody the opportunity to talk and have the I guess, good understanding of the different questions, because they are integrated. The responses we found are integrated. In question 1, we ask about the related entity definition. In question 3, we talk about the conceptual framework. And there aren't really bright lines around the responses to the questions. So you're going to see, you know, in question 3, some responses about related entity. In question 1, some responses about conceptual framework. But again, they all, there is a lot of alignment around a few key themes, and we'll talk about that. Anyway, back to the session outline. 3 different parts. So we'll start out with a high-level summary of responses. In the paper, you'll notice we had key themes, and then we had summary of the general comments. And then we had questions 1 through 3. So that's going to be the first part of this session. And at the end of that first part, we're going to discuss, or we're going to invite the board to share with us your consideration of and reactions to what you've heard in the first part of this presentation. After that, we will go on to questions 4 through 6. And after we finish that part, then we will take the board's consideration reactions to those questions. Then when we get to the third part, that's really kind of the more, I guess, overarching discussion that the board will have to help guide the direction of the project team going forward over the next few months. So we will have the preliminary discussion with the board regarding the potential responses that reflect diverse perspectives of the respondents and address the key themes from the significant comments. So again, 3 main parts. So let's move along to the next slide. All right. I just want to start. We've been working on this project for 1.5 years, so I'm sure that you are all familiar with it. However, we haven't talked about it since March, and I know this is a complex topic, and I want to make sure everybody is all on the same page before we even get started down this journey this morning. As Gabriella pointed out, this is about the adequacy of the related entity definition. Now, the code contains a lot of good information to help guide auditors in their assessment of connected parties with respect to audits of collective investment vehicles. A lot of good information in there. But what we're really focused on is, does the related entity definition capture those connected parties that are engaged by the CIVs and by the investment schemes? So that's really the crux of the matter. Does the definition capture the information that is needed for the auditor to make an assessment, a proper independence assessment? That's our focus. So these are really just the 6 questions that were part of the consultation paper. So let me just kind of give you a little history. As Gabriella mentioned, in 2023, the IESBA launched an initiative to review the related entity definition of the code and its applicability to audit of investment schemes. Since then, the project team has engaged directly with regulators, with standard setters, PAOs, firm representatives, and other stakeholders. After the fact-finding stage, the IESBA initiated this consultation to further explore whether the code's definition of related entities adequately captures all parties relevant to auditor independence, or if additional guidance or amendments might be necessary to ensure those are being captured or recognized by the auditors when they assess independence. We received a total of 59 comments, which is extraordinary. It's quite good, more than we had expected on this project, because it does have a very narrow focus and it is industry specific. But anyway, we received a total of 59 comments from regulators, professional accounting organizations, audit firms, investors associations, and standard setters worldwide. Many emphasize the importance of auditor independence in maintaining public trust and investor confidence, noting the unique challenges posed by the operational and governance structures of CIVs and pension funds. As Gabriella pointed out, these are different. The structures are different than traditional corporate models. Excuse me. So the agenda paper for this meeting aims to provide a high-level overview of the responses received during the consultation stage and engage a discussion with the board to aid the project team in developing proposed recommendations for the December IESBA meeting. The next phase of the work stream would depend on the board's decision in December. So we'll take the information that you give us today to direct our, our work over the next couple months, come back to the board in December with our recommendations. And then based on what the board decides as the way forward, then kind of the next phase will start with respect to auditor independence of audits, with respect to investment schemes. So as the project progresses, the CIV project team receives the feedback from the board. Proposals from respondents will be thoroughly considered along with potential unintended consequences. We've received specific proposals from some stakeholders and feel they would be better addressed at the December meeting when we have a clearer direction for this work stream. Excuse me. Thank you. So here is the first slide on demographics. I'll let you take a look for just a moment. Now, what this says to us is that, again, 59 responses. That was really good, very good response for a industry-specific focused topic like this. But we have really good stakeholder diversity. As you'll see, 5 different types of stakeholders. So good stakeholder diversity, good response rate, well-structured responses. We were very happy with the quality of responses we received, because it wasn't just a don't do anything or yes, you need to, rewrite the whole code. These were very well-structured responses, and again, did allow for some key themes to kind of emerge, and you'll learn more about these as we go along. So this allowed us gave us sufficient coverage and representation to really give us an evidence-based approach to determining the way forward. And that's what we've talked about. It's so important. Many times I've sat here and listened to the conversations about evidence-based research, and we have a good collection of information here to guide us as we go forward. Okay. These are the demographics with respect to the geographical regions. And again, good coverage. So good coverage geographically, with the exception of the LATAM region. And we did speak with a representative from Brazil when we were doing some of our fact finding, but that is a region that we'd really like to gather some more information from. But otherwise, very good geographical representation that we're quite happy with. All right, so the key themes. As I said, there are several things that really just kind of emerged. Everyone agreed to the importance of auditor independence, both in fact and in appearance. And I think that's important too, because oftentimes we may focus on auditor independence in fact, but it's also important in appearance. And that's something I think that was recognized by one of the investor representatives, who said that they trust the auditor because the auditor is possibly one of the only parties that has access to all of the information behind the scenes. And if the auditor isn't properly independent, then that's going to potentially compromise trust. And it's independence in fact, but also in appearance. If there is an appearance that the auditor is somehow related to the audit client, even if it's indirect, then potentially users of the financial information or other stakeholders may look at that information with kind of a skeptical eye, because even though there may be independence in fact, there could also be that there could be a perception there is a lack of independence in perception. Adequacy of the conceptual framework. Key theme. It's no wonder that's a key theme, because it was the subject of one of our questions. And as we'll get into the details later, we got good feedback on the conceptual framework. Many believe that it is clear for the purposes that we're evaluating it, but there were some thoughts and recommendations with respect to specifics. Diverging view on related entities and connected parties. Again, that is the subject of question 1, so we'll get into the details there. Commonly identified threats. We take a threats and safeguards approach to assessing independence. And so it's very important for auditors to be able to identify threats that could impact the quality of their audit. The code deals with a lot of these threats. These, self-interest threats, intimidation threats. The code goes on to provide guidance and requirements with respect to non-assurance services and fee dependency, financial interest, et cetera. So there was some discussion within the responses about these threats. And again, we'll go into that a little further. Jurisdictional variation. This is something that kind of flowed throughout the responses. And as somebody commented to me, and I think it was a very compelling comment, which is there is no global market for investment schemes. There is no global market for investment schemes. And that really caused me to pause and say, yeah, fair point. And that's why this issue of jurisdictional variation is coming out, because a lot of the respondents noted that the code is sufficient. The code provides that global baseline. But given the fact that within each jurisdiction, there may be different regulations, different laws that pertain to auditor independence or the operation of investment schemes, it is best for those jurisdictions to handle the needs of their market. So you're going to see that come out in the responses to the questions later on. General and other comments. You need to help me drive. General and other comments. There was a lot of support for the principles-based approach. And that's a good thing. There were people that are respondents that were concerned that if IESBA starts going down the rules-based road, then there could be unintended consequences. There could be complexities that result in some jurisdictions not being able to apply parts of the code. So that principles-based approach is so important in properly protecting the public interest in a way that the auditors have the flexibility to deal with the specific situations that relate to the investment schemes that they're auditing and the jurisdictions in which they operate. Concerns about potential unintended consequences. And I think this ties to the complexity and diversity of these investment schemes. And this is something that Jean and I just still kind of continue to uncover. And the more we read through the comments, the more we talk to people here at the board meeting, it's been very helpful. We find little nuggets of information, and we realize that, oh, okay, if we try to go with something that's a little too rigid, there could be potential unintended consequences, and that's not going to benefit anybody. We did find a lot of support for issuance of non-authoritative materials, and I'll go into that a little bit later as well, because NAM was recommended by individuals or respondents that felt the related entity definition was adequate, and those that felt it was not adequate. So it was interesting that kind of on both sides of the aisle, a lot of respondents felt that NAM would be helpful in providing clarification, in promoting consistency of application of the code with respect to auditor independence of these investment schemes. Industry is already subject to extensive regulation. We've heard that in our conversations before, and we take that point, but we also recognize that just because there's extensive regulation in different jurisdictions doesn't necessarily mean that regulation deals with auditor independence. And really that is the focus of what we're doing here, is auditor independence. Last but certainly not least was a request for a period of stability. That's nothing new to this board. I know you recognize that there's been a call for a period of stability, so that was kind of reinforced in the general comments. Thank you, Jean. All right. So before I go on and start talking about the details, does anybody have anything they want to ask or any clarification that's needed at this point? I want to make sure we have sufficient time to really go through the details of these questions, but I will take a pause here if anybody has anything. All right. Looking around the table, I will continue. There are no hands raised. So summary of responses, questions 1 through 3. Let's start with questions 1. Question 1. Yeah, so we were breaking out based on stakeholder group, and I want to kind of go on. I think this slide is going to provide you with a bit more detail. So in the paper, we have provided summaries, high-level summaries of the significant comments. We have also footnoted the respondents that made those comments, those significant comments. So it's important for you, if you are curious about any specific comments, to maybe go in and read the information from the specific individual or entity that has shared that comment. And all of this information is available. So just want to point out that what we've produced here is high-level summary. We're giving you some details about the responses within the questions, but bear in mind that you can go into the specific letters and read more if you want to learn more about what specific individuals have. Oh, were you going? Did it on my computer. It didn't work on there, did it? Anyway, so we encourage you, if you have further questions about a specific stakeholder or stakeholder group, to look at the questions. But what I've tried to do here, okay, just a high level view of the statistics. Now, question 1, let me just read it off to you. It is in your papers, but in case you don't have your papers in front of you. Question 1, is the current definition of related entity sufficient to capture all parties relevant to auditor independence of investment schemes? All right. So is the definition of related entities sufficient to capture all parties relevant to auditor independence with respect to investment schemes? So just a very basic analysis shows that 26% of the respondents agree with this. So they say the related definition is sufficient. 64% disagree with that statement and say the related entity definition does not capture all relevant parties. And then we had 10% that did not agree or disagree with question 1, although they could have made some comments about it in the general comments. And if they were relevant to this question, we would have pulled those in. So again, on first blush, you're going to look at these numbers and say, 64% disagree that the related entity definition doesn't capture all relevant parties, but there's more to that story. So if you do a very simple multivariate analysis of the results, you'll see some quite important insights beyond whether the related entity definition is adequate or not. So it's not just binary here. So when we look at those insights, of the 59 respondents, 40% believe that the related entity definition in conjunction with the conceptual framework captures all relevant entities, all right, 40%. And that 40% includes those that agreed that the definition was sufficient, but also some that disagreed that the definition was sufficient. So basically what some of those respondents were saying that disagreed, they were saying the related entity definition doesn't capture everything, but if the auditor applies the conceptual framework, then we believe they would be able to capture all relevant entities. So I think that's a very important insight to note. 20% of the 59 respondents believe that the related entity definition in conjunction with jurisdictional laws and regulations captures all relevant entities. All right. And then we did, of course, have some people that, and I don't have the statistics here on the screen, but some people that said that the related entity in conjunction with the conceptual framework and jurisdictional laws and regulations ensures that the relevant entities, those connected parties, are properly captured for the auditor's assessment of independence. Now, interestingly, only 7 respondents suggested new or amended code provisions, and there was 6 PAOs in 1 firm. So just a small number of respondents that suggested new or amended code provisions. 17% of the respondents felt there was no need for the introduction of new terms, and 19% suggested issuance of non-authoritative material. So that was those 19%, that was in this question. You will see that carried out in other questions as well. Other respondents shared or in other questions, respondents shared that they felt the issuance of non-authoritative material was a good thing. So again, like I said, the responses are kind of integrated or repeated throughout the paper. So I feel like that really tells us something if we're kind of getting the same comments in several different questions, then I think those comments hold from a number of respondents, those comments hold, I think, a bit of weight. So again, the 40% that felt that the related entity definition in conjunction with the conceptual framework captured all relevant entities, half of those respondents were from the disagree group. So I thought that was rather interesting as well. Do you move along? Thank you. All right, so here we are. If you want to follow along in your paper, this is on, where is it? It's Ken's table, I can't remember. Anyway, this information is in your paper on page 9 through 11. There is a table where we have provided respondents' key arguments and suggestions. And we did this because, again, of the significant differences of views among respondents on question 1. So we felt it would be premature to provide any path, and instead we wanted to share with the board kind of our preliminary analysis of sorts of respondents' key arguments and suggestions. It's important to note, if you are looking on the paper, there are footnotes, again, footnotes that will tell who, which entities responded in a certain way. Those don't capture all entities that responded in a certain way. So there may be more. These are just some, for example, on some of these comments, there was a large number of respondents. And so instead of listing all of them, we just did, for example, and you can go in and look further. Now, all of this was done before any in-depth analysis had been carried out. Let's see. So I think the main things I want to point out on this slide, very important to note that what I've said numerous times, wide diversity of views exist, but not just between categories. So not just like regulators versus firms, but also within categories of respondents. So it's interesting to see that, you know, maybe within the PAOs, you had some PAOs that felt strongly about one point and other PAOs that felt strongly about or felt a different way about that point. So again, diversity between respondents, but then also diversity within categories of respondents. So this again further goes to our point that there is a lot of diversity and it's really difficult to find an area in which there is kind of broad agreement as to the way forward, which is why we're inviting your comments later. So the wide diversity of views may preclude broad support for reviews to key concepts and definitions in the code. Again, if everybody's taken different views, it's going to be hard to get support for, you know, a specific definition in the code. Given the significant difference of views on question 1, it would be premature to develop a pathway forward without the board's consideration and reactions to the significant comments from the respondents. So I hope you'll take this away as we move into question 2, and I'll turn it over to Jean. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. So question 2 to 5 actually pertain to the connected party definition. and a criteria was set out in paragraph 35, which I'm not going to repeat. And the intention or the primary reason for this was to provide a common understanding for the types of entities that the consultation paper were talking about, so that we were on the same page with those respondents. So the core issue that was related to question 2 was to determine whether those criteria were sufficient and appropriate to capture connected parties. So this slide just shows just a summary, and it's just a visual representation of what is included in the actual issues paper. But for those that supported the view that there was many that supported the broadly that this is relevant criteria and it seemed appropriate to capture connected parties. But even though some felt that they were appropriate, that they highlighted that the conceptual framework still and the current application of the code would sufficiently guide auditors. And that's about 13% of the report's respondents that indicated that. And in fact, you'll see we'll keep on mentioning the same theme: conceptual framework, jurisdictional laws, and legal regulations. So kind of the theme that goes across all the questions. For those that was unsupportive, the additional criteria was seen a little bit vague, could lead to unintended consequences or some administrative burden or some cost to kind of implement this as well, and that it might create some additional complexity with the definition of connected parties and maybe even lead to inconsistent application. And that's about 13% of the respondents that felt that way. And also, as due to the complexity and the diversity of the legal structures within the different jurisdictions, that they do felt that the local jurisdictions or the local regulators were the best place to put special rules in place to navigate or deal with connected parties. So there was also some specific concerns raised on the criteria that was provided. I'm not going to go in detail. That was provided in the issues paper as well, but I just wanted to highlight as well. So the key point of that was dealt with in question 2 does closely relate to question 1, as Linda alluded as well. And also the same was mentioned that there might be benefit in providing additional illustrative guidance or examples or non-authoritative material to help guide the application of connected parties. So the next slide is just showing the diversity in the responses between, we could collectively categorize monitoring group, the regulators and the jurisdictional standard setters together, the investors and the analysts, the PROs and the firm. So you can see within, this is just a visual representation showing the diversity in the responses within the individual groups as well. So that's not really swaying very much to one side, except probably the monitoring group, the regulators and the jurisdictional standard setters. Just one note, those that says no response is no specific response related to the specific question. So it's not that they didn't respond to anything, but they didn't respond specifically to this question in that regard. So just on the project team's preliminary analysis, so that it was felt that the criteria may capture some of these additional parties, and that it would not necessarily be captured by the related entity definition, but there's not necessarily a need to add the new term or a new definition within the code, especially when it relates to industry-specific matters, and definitely encouraging the project team and the board to remain principle-based and just to be cognizant of any potential unintended consequences or to be aware for potential inconsistent application. So we will discuss this a little bit later because this closely relates to question 1. So when we pause after question 3, I'll hand it back to Linda now. We'll have a conversation around how this relates to the broader spectrum as well.
Rich, please.
Just trying to, I needed a little help. Couldn't find the survey. The question said, is this criteria set forth above? It referred to whether that was sufficient. What was the criteria that we set forth above? I couldn't find it.
So it's on paragraph 35. It actually states The three criteria was whether those connected parties are responsible for the scheme's decision-making and operations, able to substantially affect the scheme's financial performance, or in the position to exert significant influence over the preparation of the scheme's accounting financial records. So it's paragraph 35 in the consultation paper itself. In 4A, it would be paragraph 40.
All right, so here we are. Oh, yeah, sure.
Where did we determine that that criteria was the criteria to be used by this board? I get that people said, yes, it's okay. No, it's not okay. But that's not in the code. So I'm just
If-
trying to understand our interpretation here a little
Yeah.
better.
Thank you, Rich, for that question, because I think it's important to have some clarification here. All along, we've been trying to make sure everybody understands the entities that we're trying to address. What's this gap that we're talking about? So for the consultation purposes, we felt like we had to have as clear of an explanation as to what the criteria are for those types of connected parties. In essence, we were trying to give people an idea of what those connected parties looked like. There was never any intention of turning that into a proposal. So we weren't really asking if people felt like connected parties was a relevant word or the criteria was relevant. It was really just for the purpose of saying, okay, this is how we see the gap. This is what we're thinking. If we've missed some big responsibility or activity out there, we wanted to know, because that needs to filter into kind of how we go forward. So that was really the only intent of that question in the connected parties and criteria. Okay, sure. So here we are at question 3. All right. Got so many things going here. So I want to read the question first that we had for question 3. So again, these questions tie back to what Jean talked about previously, which is the connected parties and the, kind of what those look like. And the question is the code's conceptual framework clear enough to identify, evaluate, and address threats from relationships with connected parties, or is additional clarification needed? So this is really about clarity within the conceptual framework to allow the auditor to properly assess independence from these connected parties with respect to audits of investment schemes. So the question really discusses stakeholder views on the conceptual framework's ability to guide auditors in identifying, evaluating, and addressing threats to independence related to connected parties. In general, there is clear agreement, or there is agreement that the conceptual framework is clear. And I'll kind of go in, as you can see, actually on this slide. And this was probably the strongest single response that we had to any of the questions. 66% of the respondents from all categories, all 5 were represented here, agree that the conceptual framework is clear. They put emphasis on the importance of inquiring mind, professional judgment, and the related informed third-party test as essential tools to ensure the conceptual framework is properly applied. I'll just go through these points. 47% of the respondents suggested that the development of NAM to assist with the application of the conceptual framework would be helpful in assessing indirect relationships. So I think that's a really important point to note, because again, the majority of respondents felt that the conceptual framework was clear, but they did feel that because of just because of the jurisdictional variation, because of professional judgment. That's a theme that came up a lot throughout the responses. You know, professional judgment is kind of unique to the individual, or even unique to a firm or an audit, an engagement team. And so you have the application of professional judgment, and it could be different depending on where you are in the world, or what firm you're working for, or what team you're working on. So they felt because of that, there could be kind of inconsistent application of the conceptual framework. And for that reason, they felt that NAM would be helpful in assisting the auditors. Complexity of investment schemes may challenge consistent application of the conceptual framework. Global variation may complicate development of requirements and definitions that are fit for purpose. And that was kind of mentioned back in the responses for question 1. Given the diversity and the complexity around the world, the different laws and regulations, is it possible to come up with a definition, whether it's a revision or a new definition, that is really fit for purpose for everybody that is auditing in this space? And probably, I guess, this is telling. Addition of a definition of connected parties, even though we did not ask about that. That was not the intention of the question. But 4 out of the 59 respondents did indicate support for the connected parties definition to be included in the code. So not really an overwhelming majority right there. But I think the key takeaway here is simply that many investors, regulators, accounting firms, PAOs agree that the existing conceptual framework is fundamentally robust and provides sufficient guidance for auditors. Thank you. So again, if we look at the different stakeholder groups and how they responded, I think you'll see that there was good support. All right, Sean, let's move to the next one. So the PT's analysis of this, I'm on the wrong one here. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So the project team's preliminary analysis of the comments, we noted that the requirements and application material in the conceptual framework accommodate a wide range of facts and circumstances. That was the intent. That is the intent of a principles-based framework, and it appears to be fit for purpose. Professional judgment in complex situations may contribute to inconsistent application. Just spoke about that a moment ago. And support for the development of guidance to enhance application of the conceptual framework, and consistency so that every stakeholder in every jurisdiction can have comfort and trust that the auditor of the investment scheme that they're invested in can consistently assess auditor independence.
Sorry, Linda.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry for interrupting. I think that Mark wants to ask something.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. By way of trying to sort of help this discussion, and I've actually found the presentation to actually be quite helpful in fixing my thoughts, which is you two are stuck in a bit of a nightmare, which is the remake of Brewster's Millions, where people run around shouting none of the above. And that comes through regardless of how you segment the stakeholders, how you segment the questions. And I think we have a problem in that there's a basic unfamiliarity over what a collective investment vehicle is. And the problem is there is no single structure or definition or, whatever else of a CIV, but it also bleeds over into lots of other categories. So, for instance, the characteristics that you've talked about in the CIV population are the same in aspects of private equity. They are the same, for instance, in respect of services provided by auditors to lending syndicates. You know, there are independence issues with all of those, and they can be independence issues that are quite fundamental, or they can be quite peripheral. And so where you are is trying to find a solution that covers all of them. Now, the only anchor that we have based on the analysis of the first three questions is the confidence people have that the conceptual framework is fit for purpose in driving us there. So I suppose my question to colleagues more widely, and not necessarily just targeted at the project team, is that has the focus on CIVs created a sort of artificial population, and that artificial population is viewed in different ways by different groups of people? Are the characteristics actually not characteristics that are purely CIV-related ones, but are they broader ones? And what do we need to do to understand the scale of the threat to determine whether or not anything other than the application of the conceptual framework is needed? So I just offer that up as a way of trying to sort of work out how this discussion goes forward, because it's very clear that there's a lot of confusion out there, and so therefore, you know, there's inconsistency, and a lot of people saying, well, not that, but something else, but we don't know what the something else is. So I wonder whether that is, you know, possibly a helpful consideration of working out how this might move forward, because I think we're focusing on an issue that we've created with the best of intentions, but it's not got a very good perimeter around it, either from a code perspective or from an entity perspective, and therefore we might have to sort of pause a bit and think about how that could be refocused. So anyway, I just say that by way of trying to help what is quite a difficult discussion, but difficult by virtue of the subject matter. And I think, you know, and I think from hearing about, for instance, the considerations that IFER had over its response to the consultation, you've got a membership body trying to make a response to a consultation where there are multiple different views within a membership body. And so therefore what you've sort of got is lowest common denominator feedback. And it's not very helpful in trying to come up with anything more specific than people have confidence in our conceptual framework.
So let's not try to respond to this, because I think we're there. And so if you could flip to the next slide, I think this is a good time to pause here, because I think you've really comprehensively laid out essentially the responses, the key arguments, etc. And I think let's pause here and allow the board the time to reflect and give us input.
Actually, we're pretty much to the discussion section. So thanks for teeing that off, Mark and Gabriella. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Linda and Jean. And thank you, Mark, for contributing to help guiding this discussion and bringing some of the issues that we need to face in moving with this project. Yes, it's time for the board to share any thoughts so far on the presentation already shared, make questions, and try to understand the issues like Mark did and what we can do with the information that we have so far. Nancy, please.
Yeah. So I have a number of comments and I hope they're reasonably organized, but I'm just going to go down the line. First, I do think there's a fairly compelling story that has come out of this in going back to that the combination of the existing related entity definition and the conceptual framework, that there is confidence in that. And I think we need to pay attention to that message. And in particularly in the reflections that we did during the June meeting about what is our bar for future action and when we take on projects. So I just want to kind of lead with that because I think you're going to see thematically some of my comments, perhaps moving along those lines. The second thing, and this is, I want to be clear, this is not an indictment. This is just inherent whenever you are doing some sort of consultation paper, exposure draft, whatever it is. There is inherent bias always in which questions you choose to include, which questions you exclude, how you phrase questions. And part of the difficult job that the project team has is interpreting the responses given that there is that inherent bias and that you have to look at the nuances on how people are responding to things. And I think in particular, when I look, for example, about support for NAM, my suspicion is some of that support is predicated more on an avoidance of standard setting rather than a clear message that NAM is desired. And so I may not be correct in that assessment. I haven't done the very deep dive into all of the responses, but I think that is something that we need to look at. In addition to that, there was, Linda, you made a comment earlier about in some jurisdictions, there may not be specific independence regulation and our touchstone is independence regulation. I think we need to be careful not to assume that lack of specific independence regulation is because that regulator didn't consider it. Rather, that might be intentional in that they did not believe that there was additional independence requirements necessary in that jurisdiction. So just be thoughtful about that. The other thing that I keep hearing is this word inconsistent when used with the conceptual framework. And I don't know what we mean by that. And my suspicion, if I asked a number of people around this table, we would say it means something different. So when I hear inconsistent, what I hear is that two people with the same facts and circumstances would reach different conclusions and one of them might be wrong. I don't think that's how the conceptual framework is applied. And the way I consider this conceptual framework is that when using professional judgment, sound professional judgment, that based on the facts and circumstances specific to your situation, you reach a professional conclusion that is based on sound criteria. Whereas somebody with somewhat different facts and circumstances might very well reach a different conclusion, but that would be appropriate in their circumstance. I do not believe that is an inconsistent approach. I think that is consistent application of the conceptual framework. So I just want to be careful when we're using this term, because I do believe it was used in the consultation paper. And I think as we get these responses evaluating, well, when the respondents consider inconsistency, what is the definition that they're using for that? I think I'll stop there. I think in general, those are the key points that I want to raise. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I know that Luigi wants to, but do you want to say something in response to Nancy, Ken?
Just wondered if Nancy could clarify one of her comments. I seem to have heard you say that the fact that some respondents were suggesting the development of non-authoritative material might be also suggestive of such standard setting. Was that what you had alluded to?
It's 3 times it's the charm here. I don't know. So Ken, I would say it this way, and I certainly can speak on behalf of some colleagues, and there's an art form to responding to comment letters, right? And so you want to make perhaps sometimes very strong messages. So I think there are probably a set of constituents here who feel very strongly that standard setting is not the right answer. And so the message might be, we're not in favor of standard setting. However, if you feel you have to do something, then NAM would be the best approach. I don't consider that a ringing endorsement for NAM. I consider that to be rather, we really don't want standard setting, and therefore NAM would be acceptable. And it's the nuance in how you interpret these responses. And so I think it goes back to many of these questions are a binary response is not going to be successful. It's the shades of gray in the responses, and that is the difficulty of the project team in evaluating those shades of gray. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Luigi, please.
I think that one of the very significant effort that the project team did was to try to present responses in a, let's say, standard format, considering that the majority of jurisdictions are completely different in respect to this type of structures and constructs. For professional reason, and even in this situation, I had the possibility to examine some of them and compare some of them with those that I know. And we are really speaking about different realities. There are different structures, different organization, different impact, different type of financial instruments, and so on and so forth. So basically, the same question is meaning something different in different jurisdictions. And even an agree or a disagree sometimes is not necessarily in the same direction. And so this is the reason why the comments and the explanation were so important in these situations. And this is also the reason why when I read comments like there could be inconsistent application in the conceptual framework, it doesn't mean necessarily something negative, because the facts and the circumstances are completely different, and therefore it is right and it is appropriate that the conclusion may be different in different jurisdictions or with different laws, regulations, organizations, and so on. So what I read from all the responses is the fact that at the end, the majority is not confused. It is simply providing a response which is based on their own experience, their own jurisdiction, their own situation, which may present significant differences with respect to the others. If we take into consideration the starting point, probably I would not say that the reading of the responses is easy, because it is not. But at least they gave some indication, like, for example, the fact that the majority is saying that the conceptual approach is the right place to watch in order to find a response, where the principle-based code is not necessarily fit for purpose for a certain jurisdiction. On the other end, it could go for certain jurisdiction, but not for other. And therefore, advocating the use of the conceptual approach, I see it as a positive message, or let's say something where to place some confidence. In terms of NAM, well, it could be, because it has been advocated by many, it could be something to consider. But again, it would be probably a very difficult exercise to develop some specific NAM jurisdiction agnostic, sorry for this word, because you will sooner or later be in a situation to consider facts and circumstances which are different.
Thank you, Luigi. David, please.
Chair, so a couple of things came to mind for me. One is on the topic of consistency or inconsistency. I think it is important that we agree on how it's used. So to me, when we say inconsistent application, it means that two people with this looking at the same facts and circumstances, the same criteria, reach a different conclusion. That's inconsistency in application. But if two individuals looking at two different facts and circumstances apply the conceptual framework, there's no inconsistency. They're consistently applying it for the facts and circumstances. So I just wanted to make sure that we're at least talking about that in a consistent manner, because otherwise I think we'll confuse ourselves a bit more. The other thing that came up to me is listening to Luigi. I agree, coming up with, I'll call them illustrative examples, but whether we call them NAM, it doesn't really matter. It's always a challenge. It's been a challenge for the IESB, for example, with accounting applications globally for years. This isn't a new problem. So I would suggest that we don't try to twist ourselves into knots to accommodate every circumstance or everything. I think it's more important that we explain what the application of the principles in our code actually are, and just choose a generic fact pattern without worrying so much about, this naming structure, that naming structure. It's just described the nature of the structure, and then we don't have to worry about who calls what. If the concept is clear, it's easier. And then the last thing I would say is, when I was looking through the results of the survey, one thing really struck me as very interesting. And it was the structure where we said, is the definition adequate? And then there was 40% said, yes, it's adequate if you consider the conceptual framework, which again, I agree with Luigi and with Nancy. That doesn't concern me, because I think in aggregate, we should be looking anyway. The one that really stood out for me was the 20% that said yes, if you consider local regulation and laws, which to me actually really means no. Because if you have to apply local laws, then the definition in the code on its own, including the conceptual framework, doesn't work for them. And I think that's important, because it's a reflection for us on how we interpret that might define or determine what we do vis-a-vis local jurisdictions. Because it seems more coherent to me that we can come up with a definition or an application of examples, however we do that, that says this is what we mean. And as long as the local regulation or jurisdiction is comparable to or more than, that's fine. But the concern for us is always when it's less than. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit, because I think it could be interpreted two ways of saying, yes, it's fine. Or you could interpret and say, well, actually, it's not fine, because now it means that potentially there's an onus on us, if we accept it as yes, it's fine, to then monitor what happens at a local jurisdictional level, which is not what I think we're suggesting we want to get into the business of doing. So I just wanted to clarify that, because it really stood out for me. And I think it resonated a little bit yesterday as well, when we were talking about the CFO project, and there were suggestions around this corporate code, for publicly listed companies and things like that. And that's absolutely true. But is that what we want to look at in conjunction with the code when we make determinations? Because that's a whole different agenda around what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Amajit, please.
So very briefly, I think, and I've said this before as well, it's a very important project, given the potential risk of market failure, and also a complex one, given, different jurisdictions have different ways of dealing with it. Actually, I would like to compliment the project team for bringing this project to where we are today. It's not an easy one. One point which I noted and also Mark mentioned in his remarks, we are not covering private equity or hedge funds or other alternative investment fund vehicles. So to my mind, these vehicles, especially the private equity, is becoming systemically more important. And at some point, we'll have to look at that. And in case we land at, and I'm jumping the gun here, in case we land at developing NAM, non-authoritative material, perhaps it could be worthwhile to consider whether we can cover private equity and AIF, alternative investment fund vehicles as well. Because when you do NAM, you will have less pushback, more acceptability. So, and given the nature of these vehicles, I think there is a lot of synergy between CIV as we've understood, and we've the work that has been done. It would be very useful, and a lot of it would be applicable for private equity and AIF structures as well. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much, Amarjit. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the starting point of this discussion was because the structure of CIVs are different from PIE, whether the independence between the funds and the auditor is captured. And for that question, I think the answer is quite clear that in slide, sorry, slide, slide. The slide, can you, the slide 4, quite early, that, the next page, 11. Yes, as it says, this is what has been discussed in the board as well. In conjunction with the conceptual framework, or in conjunction with the jurisdiction laws and regulations, all the relevant entities is captured. I think this is the quite answer to the starting point. So at this point, I don't think there is a need to change the code. Non-authoritative material might be helpful, but I think that is the answer, and this has been discussed in the board a number of times. But I want to highlight about the expansion of the private market. And now that even the public funds are more investing into the private market along with the public market. So there is a quite concerns around how the auditors are auditing CIVs or pension funds. When the funds were investing to the public market, there wasn't much issues about how to value that fund. But now that the private market is growing, there are some challenge between the auditor and the fund about how to value the market. So I think, so considering that situation, I think we need to discuss about along with the IWSB, how to face this matter about expansion of the private market globally. So again, for this original question, I think the answer is more already done, no change to the code. But I think there's another topic that what IESBA and IWSB should do to tackle this in expansion of private market. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Chana, please.
Thanks, Chair. So I'll make some general comments initially. So some people say don't do anything. Where's the evidence? No disaster has happened yet. And so therefore you don't have evidence to do anything. So I think we shouldn't always wait for a disaster before taking action. So we can be proactive once in a while. Having said that, I think this is a very complex one, and thank you for the project team for all the work done to date. But I think you need to carefully look at some of the comments of the stakeholders and have you properly captured the true intent of what the stakeholder is saying, because sometimes I don't think it has been properly captured, and we need to properly capture that before we can make proper decisions. And I can give some examples offline. It seems that some of the jurisdictions have already taken action to capture the entities. And I have a bit of a concern with if IESBA does something, whether that will create more complexity, because in a way the ship seems to have sailed a bit, and we are coming a bit later. So I think we have to be very careful, but before getting there, I think we need to properly capture the base comments into the summary. When I look at the analysis, it seems, and it may be the way we ask the questions, the project is about CIVs and pensions, but pensions seems to have fallen away. And there's a lot more on CIVs. And I think there's a lot of public interest in the pensions, but we seem to have not, focus on the pensions part. Then some people have responded to this as if it's an exposure draft. It's not an exposure draft. It's an exploratory paper. So that's why they're sort of arguing don't do standards, but we are not there. This is just an exploration of the issues. So I think good progress has been made, but to make a proper decision, I think you have to go back to first doing the analysis and capture the comments of the stakeholders. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we're at the junction now where really the project team needs to hear from all board members. We've heard from some board members. We've heard from Chana that there's the potential for deeper analysis to come to the board. But the project team has been very deliberate in not going too far ahead and if in effect preempting board consideration of at least a general consideration of the variety of responses and the differences, wide differences of views that have been expressed. So that's the stage of the process we are at. And what is important, I think, for the project team to hear from the board about is, based on what's been presented today, does the picture look like it's too complicated, or is the sense that the code, insofar as some of the respondents have at least argued, does the code already address at a conceptual level, with the application of the conceptual framework and the exercise of professional judgment, does the code get us there in effect? And therefore, there's no need to proceed any further. So it's very important for the project team to understand whether, and that's Chana's challenge, is how I would interpret Chana's question or comments. is a challenge for the board to go further in this work stream, or should the project team essentially just stop here and not invest any further work and let's deploy the resources on some of the priorities? So that is very critical for the project team to understand, and that's precisely what it has wanted to do at this point. Not to jump ahead too far, but to get a sense from the board as to whether there is an issue to be addressed. And I think, David, your comment about this perception of whether or not there is inconsistency in application has been very helpful. There is, at least on the face of it, in terms of the responses we've heard, that there is a lack of understanding as to the applicability of the conceptual framework. Even if you look at the slide that was just up there and the one that Tomoyo was pointing out, at least a significant cross-section of stakeholders do not see the relevance of the conceptual framework, and that already speaks to a matter of inconsistent understanding and therefore inconsistent interpretation application. But absolutely, there is the critical concept of professional judgment that always is front and center. The code is absolutely a principles-based code, and the exercise of professional judgment is a given. That must be first and foremost understood. But before, as indicated, before the project team undertakes any further work, it has to have a sense from the board as to whether, looking at the picture that's before the board, is this too complicated given the multi-dimensional picture that's before us, the interaction with laws and regulations, the fact that this is not unique when we look at CIVs, and as to Mark's earlier comment, this is not unique in terms of the structure, in terms of some of the conceptual issues that come up. There are other industries or sectors that also have similar characteristics in terms of connected parties and how these are structured and the influences they exercise on the entities that are subject to audit. Is this too complicated? And therefore, let's leave it as it is and allow auditors to really apply the code as they would see appropriate. So that is a bit of the challenge, and I think it is important for the project team to have that direction.
Thank you, Ken. This has been helpful, but before I see that there are a few others wanting to speak. I think that the question really to this board is the question about are we in a position now with the information that is being provided and that we have to make a clear decision about stopping now, moving forward with changes to the code or anything else, doing them, or do we need a little bit more work in terms of analyzing the information that we have? This is a lot of work so far in terms of collecting information, in terms of treating the information, trying to summarize the information. Still, there are some concerns about information which might be relevant and it's not yet captured or captured in the right way. There is, Chana said it, any questions about if the responses to question 1, 2, 3 allow to capture the direction of the response of some stakeholders, which put together maybe a little bit different than the conclusion that we reach by breaking the questions. Are we in a position to take a serious decision about stop, go, or do we need to do a little bit more work in terms of analysis? I think, sorry for summarizing this way, but I think that this is very complex and it's very difficult to discuss this amount of information effectively and in a useful way. So if I may simplify this way, of course, not preempted, because these considerations are very useful, but with that those questions in mind. So, David, please.
So maybe answering the very direct question that was posed to the board. So I would say, from my point of view, the question on should we stop and do nothing is no. That seems irresponsible to me. It's quite clear that I think Chana raised the point that we've talked about before as a board, which is the right point. We need to be proactive. It's a high risk area. It's a public interest area, and we are all about public interest protection. So to me, the case to be proactive is quite clear. The second part of the question was then, do we go ahead perhaps and standard set? And I think I linked back to what Ken said a little bit earlier when he said it's a complex area, and I agree it's a very complex area. So I think standard setting would not be the right thing to do in this level of complexity. I think, however, clarifying how to apply the conceptual framework and what the intent of those principles mean, whether that, and regardless of the vehicle through which that's done, I think that to me is a minimum prudent route forward. The point that Chana raised on additional analysis, I can absolutely see the case for that. I'm not sure, given the complexity and given the differences, we'll get a whole lot more out of doing more in-depth analysis. So I worry a little bit that we'll do too much analysis and we'll end up with a bit of paralysis. So maybe there are perhaps some additional areas to explore, like seeking clarifying comments on what did you mean? Let's just make sure we understand that. So maybe it's not a huge additional level of analysis. It's just clarifying to make sure we haven't misunderstood. And then perhaps it's more about how do we illustrate? How do we help people understand what we mean? You know, how to apply the conceptual framework without rewriting code, because I think Ken and many others have raised a very compelling case around it really is unique in jurisdictions. However, principles can rise above all of that. And we've seen that in our own standards and others as well. So I would encourage us to not lose sight of that when we think about how we do any kind of clarifying additional material for next step, again, regardless of naming convention around what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Chana, please.
Yeah, if I can clarify my comment, David, I'm not saying to go out and do more analysis. So stakeholders have responded to us. We have the information. My point was that in some cases, we have not captured what they truly said in the summary paper. So I'm not saying go out and do more work. We have a responsibility now that the stakeholders have responded to us to properly capture the intent of what that stakeholder said. That's my point.
And that's fair. Thank you. I would totally agree with that. And part of that might be, if we're not quite sure what they mean, just ask them.
Yeah, and there are some, I'm not going to make detailed comments. There are some questions and responses which might deserve that approach. Because when we say only 7 said something, but then the others, it's not clear. From their responses, they would not say, well, there is some additional work. And I think that the idea was never to go out and do more research and more, get more information. It's work on the basis of the information that we already have. Of course, if there is something that comes to our plate which deserves further clarification, of course, but it's more about that. Estelle, please.
Answer to Ken's direct question. I agree with David points. I see no clear evidence of a need for code change. Therefore, I would not pursue this road. There may be need for guidance, but then there are some pitfalls that we should be dealing with, which are getting into too narrow case study that would not represent a lot of situations, given the diversity of situations and given the complexity of these schemes. It's not easy to put yourself in a comparison, in an adequate comparison that enlightens you on your own situation. I'm not sure if I'm speaking well, but if you have two simple example situation to explain what you were seeking as a you may fall behind the complexity of much situations. And so they will go back to their analysis, the way they did it before, and the way it was entitled to do so, given the code, the local structures, the local regulations, the local oversights. And for the moment, I'm not aware that there has been a big problem. We need to be proactive, I understand. I don't know if more investment in private equity is going to have an impact, because I don't know if it's allowed, for example, in CIVs in France. But if it comes to be something that is adding complexity and needs some thought about, why not work on that? I agree that in some of the question, it seems that there are two worlds. The regulators, whatever their position, who seem to say it's not clear enough, and the practices, and in some circumstances, very important, the investors that say globally, it seems to work. Everybody seems to understand the situation and analyze it a good way. So I'm not sure that, so maybe analyzing some of the answers to be sure that they were answering the way we take the question now is all right. So a little bit more work to be sure that we understand the answers that were not very clear, okay? A little bit more work to be sure that we do not fall out of the need for proactive clarification if there is a shift in the market, which I don't know. Maybe a sharing of the findings of the study as an illustration of the complexity, the references that for a good analysis, etc., that we have found. Maybe this would help some part of the newcomers in the profession.
Thank you, Christelle. With respect to investors, I think that we need to be careful, because we have some information here from some investors, which, again, I think there is no criticism here, but I think that we need to look at it attentively. I'm thinking, for instance, about the response from Better Finance. It's an umbrella organization. It's not mentioned here, but it's an umbrella organization which represents thousands and thousands and thousands of investors. And their response, they not say, do change the code. That's not there. But their response conveys a message of less comfort about the current situation, certainly. So I think that there are still some nuances to be addressed and captured, probably to come to the same conclusion. But my only concern warning is that we have been working on this for, as Linda was saying, for 1 year and a half, I think. This has been, recommended by the PIOB that we do. So whatever conclusion we come to, and we can just come to the conclusion which is the right one, whatever it is, completely, open. We cannot do standards if there is no evidence that it is needed. We cannot, whatever it is, we cannot miss this opportunity to do the right thing. So the only thing that I don't think we can do is just to close this and say, okay, this is very complex, this is very diverse. So it's, if there is a sense, if there was, I don't think there is a sense from the board members that we should stop here, of course, okay. But my only concern is that whatever we arrive, it's something that it's, clearly based on the evidence that we have, the information that we have, and that we do it rightly, because the accident, the disaster hasn't happened, but it may, and it should be not. We would not be in a position if tomorrow something happens and someone say, "Well, you had the opportunity and you didn't." So this is just to set a little bit the scene and how careful we should be, not missing anything here that may direct us in a certain direction. And I have no preconception about where we should go. It's just more a matter of process than the result. So we are getting a little bit late. I'm going to start with those, sorry, even if this was not the order of the request to speak, those who haven't spoken yet, to give everyone the opportunity to speak, and then, if possible, go back to the other ones. But given the number of requests that we have around the table, I'll ask you to be very focused and short. I think that it was Rania who was the next one from the ones who hadn't spoken yet.
So my question to the project team is that, I understand that it is standard practice for us to reach out to a variety of stakeholder groups, but given this part, the nature of this particular topic, should we be giving the same weight, or the same, should we ultimately, when we look at the different answers, should we perhaps analyze them by, or the responses by stakeholder group? Just something to consider. So for example, perhaps in some questions, you may want to factor in the different nuances, the different categorization of responses, agree or disagree between, for example, regulators versus investors and analysts, or PAOs and firms. So I think this is, this sort of categorization could further inform the analysis of the responses that we have received. This is one point. And my other point, actually, picking up on what Christelle said, I don't think, I think we have enough information. We have a lot of information, but perhaps we should go, and also what David said, to analyze those responses better. And basically, even if we get the same response or agreement or disagreement to any particular question from the different stakeholder groups, I'm not sure they all mean the same thing by their response. Sometimes if, for example, if you'd ask me, do you think this is enough guidance for you? The conceptual framework is enough guidance for you to reach the proper conclusion? I might say yes, but am I reaching the proper conclusion? Sometimes we don't know what we don't know. And I think perhaps, this is a very complicated topic, and I would recommend that perhaps we go deeper into the questions and make sure that when we're answering yes or no, the response is yes or no, everybody really is on the same page as to what yes means, what no means, where the guidance is actually, in what direction it's actually taking them, and if they're all going in the same direction. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Paul, please.
Thanks. Just appreciation to the team for the fantastic work and these deliberations. But if anything, just tears. Firstly, because of the complexity and diversity in place, it doesn't feel we have enough basis to go forward in any code revision. But as we step back from that, just understanding, given that level of complexity and diversity, is there actually any clear NAM we'd be able to give? And we'd be at risk of, as Christelle put it, almost oversimplifying to specific contexts that we're able to speak to, that would not be applicable to, if anything, the majority. So we've not added any value. And given the state we're in, maybe a bit of our own inward-looking cost-benefit analysis of the time and resource allocation that be necessary to unpack all the potentially different pieces of NAM to be given, to give any guidance, as against everything else we have on the table. So I think the issue is, I feel, very relevant and important, but because of that complexity and diversity, I'm not quite sure what we can add, but we'll stand guided. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Sungnam, please.
Feedback is so diverse that it's difficult to draw a conclusion. I went through feedbacks from 5 investors and analysts because I think that they are ultimate users of the information and therefore will be more public interest focused and oriented. Contrary to my expectation, their feedback is not different from the overall analysis presented by the team, such as a supermajority of respondents are against expanding the scope of related parties or adding a definition of covered entities. Instead, most of them proposed additional guidance or clarification. Only one respondent said that we need to set the global minimum standard. I don't know what that is, but they said global minimum standard by expanding or adding related entity definition. From my perspective, we do not have a common ground to proceed with the revision to the code. Instead, we may need to focus on NAM, addressing challenges and difficulties stakeholders may face in practice in applying our conceptual framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sungnam. Sadia, please.
So 59 people felt very strongly to reply to us on this topic. It's a very busy period. It's not an exposure draft. And while I say it's not an exposure draft, the responses were as detailed as we would have expected on an exposure draft. And we need to appreciate that. People held very strong views. And this is just my reading on the comments. They held strong views on why IESBA should not do something. They held strong views why IESBA should do something. Is every response equal? No, because they come from different points of view. Some of them are looking at more than one firm. Some of them are looking at more than one jurisdiction. What I was disappointed about is that no one had a solution for us. None of them said, this is how you solve the problem. This is what the NAM should look like, or this is how we fixed it in our global organization. And that leaves me uncomfortable with giving any direction to the task group at this time. I do think that we should allow ourselves time to think about those individuals that said that the conceptual framework solves things. If we all did this analysis, are we all going to come just around the table? If we all use the conceptual framework, are we all going to come to the same answer on a situation? I'm not so sure. And I think it's maybe because we haven't had time to discuss how the conceptual framework works in this very complex area and whether every person would have the same understanding of these complex situations. And the better you understand these complex situations, the better you'll be able to use the conceptual framework better. That may be that NAM might be our solution. I am hesitant. Well, maybe let me just recap on my hesitancy. This was a topic under public interest entities, and we couldn't reach consensus on a global level. There were some public interest issues that we need to think about, and it took us a long time to even draft a consultation paper because of how do you capture these issues onto paper. As we move forward, my hesitancy is it going to be even doable to put something into the code? Something that doesn't allow, it's very specific, right? We have to use a certain language, it has to be testable, it has to be implementable. NAM allows us a little bit more flexibility on how we discuss these issues. And that's where I am at the moment. Is even if there is a request, are we actually able to do something in a standard setting space because of the complexity of this nature? I've also heard the view that we shouldn't make the code overly specific to different types of entities. It still has to be a standards-based code. It shouldn't be the section relates to this type of entities and this section relates to this type of engagement. And that's what kind of lengthens the detail of our code. But I would be interested to hear if we do go to a NAM space, are we clear on what NAM would be? And even saying that we should issue NAM is not entirely clear to me at the moment on what that NAM would be and how easy or doable it would be to draft something in that space. But what we do need, what I want to emphasize is that we need a conclusion. Just because it's difficult shouldn't mean that we don't do something. And just because it might take us longer for non-authoritative material shouldn't mean that we don't do something. If there's a public interest need, this is something that we must address.
So, Sadia, let me just see if I understood well where your mind is. I understood everything that you said, but may I conclude that your suggestion is that we move forward by focusing more on what can we do in terms of NAM, how the conceptual framework works. So a more technical, if I may say so, approach to what we have, how this could work, etc., rather than going deeper and further in more analysis of the information and etc. So you think that we have information enough by now to move forward to a different kind of work and discussion. Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. Hector.
Thank you, Chair. Briefly, I'm focusing on the complexity and the idea of consistency. And this discussion that we have about how consistent is this application, and what makes it difficult is that we are asking this from a conceptual point of view. I don't know if it's the practice of this board. I have not seen it in specific cases, but I would love to have a consultation or another round of discussion with specific examples. A scheme where we ask, how would you solve this in using the code, using the reference material that you have to use locally, and see if we are getting responses that are consistent for specific application cases. If we do that, we may see if we are getting answers saying, yes, it's covered, yes, it's not covered, independence apply, it doesn't apply to specific cases. And then we can say, okay, we do have a problem, we don't have a problem. It might be a very practical way to take these conceptual issues into real examples. And we know we can create those examples. You have been discussing them you have been thinking about them. So if we use those examples and we say to maybe the same people that responded that showed interest, how would you solve this case? How do you think it's applicable here? We might come up with additional information that is useful for us to decide how to take action, especially in pension funds, which I think it's a creature that needs a lot of attention for the public interest.
Thank you for the suggestion, Hector. And we have Obichukwu online. And I think that Obichukwu wants to participate in the discussion now. So Obichukwu, we can't see you, but I hope we can hear you. Welcome. Thank you very much for being there. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to the project team. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So thank you to the project team for the good work. Not to take so much of your time, I believe that, like I said, like was discussed earlier, that a NAM will be sufficient to address the seemingly complexities in the GIV project. That doing a change to the code is not necessary, just like the work that has been done shows. And even the people I contacted, trying to get people to participate, it's even another work to get people to participate. And so for the number of responses we have gotten, I believe we should just follow it and not make any adjustments to the code, because I believe, and like they also shared, is sufficient. And we might use a NAM to address any other concerns or provide guidance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obichukwu. I think that well, it was not easy to understand everything that you said, but I think that the main message is clear, is that according to your perspective, we should consider doing some NAM, and that would be enough.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Obichukwu. So we need to make decisions, and sometimes based on a very formal criteria. We are 25 minutes late. So I suggest that the ones who still want to speak, keep your 10 cards up. We will resume after a break, because I think that we need to break now. It's not, I'm not meaning that you are not important what you're going to say. I think that we are starting to have some direction, but we still need to speak a little bit more and listen to the others to see where we can get. So I suggest that we break now, and can 20 minutes, well, maybe we can come at 11:20, 11:15. And sorry for cutting the break. Okay, thank you very much for being back. So there's a small change in the plans for the rest of this session on CIVs. Given the discussion that we have had so far and the need to listen to board members and the need to have as clear as possible idea of the direction forward. And also given that the presentation has been shared already and that you will keep it and that the rest of the slides, even if they are about different questions, give us a little bit more of the same, not the same information, but the same type of information. And that's what we are discussing now. I would suggest that we use the rest of the time of this session to listen to board members and try to get an agreement about what is our direction, what would we aim to have in December, which decisions do we need to make and why, possible additional work and things like that, rather than listening to the presentation. Nevertheless, of course, I thank Linda and Jean very much for the great effort made in terms of summarizing, treating, analyzing the information the way it's presented. You have the presentation, so of course, if there is any question about the next slides, they will be happy to respond, but let's use the time this way if you agree. And I would start by giving the floor to Mark, who has been waiting quite for a long time.
Thank you. So very quickly, I think I'm with a number of colleagues. I don't believe there is any sort of mandate there to revise the code in this respect, or indeed include application material. I think it to my mind, there is just not the sort of body of stakeholders pushing for that. I would also caution over commissioning NAM, and that is that if NAM is required to help apply the conceptual framework, CIVs are too narrow a population to restrict it to. There are too many other complex entities that share this sort of business model, and it needs to be broader in terms of addressing the public interest consideration of that. But I think that's very much sort of where my mind is based on the discussion so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Vanya.
Thank you, Chair. I think this topic is so complex that for us to develop some kind of standard, we will leave something behind. And additionally, for us to develop a standard, the code that is already too large will become even larger because there are so many details that a standard will have to cover that I would think we will end up with several volumes of book of the code. I suggest to use the conceptual framework and to prevail of NAMs from the most generic topics to the most specific ones. I understand that once we have some kind of guidance with non-authoritative material, people will understand better what IESBA is worried about. And then that will reduce the necessity of so many instruments in order to guide this kind of concept. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanya. Tomoyo, please.
Just want to recap what I said earlier. So I think there's no need to change the code, create NAM if necessary. From an investor perspective, the concern is more about what the funds are, the complexity of the funds are, what the funds are investing to, rather than the complexity of the structure of the funds. And so again, so even for the definition of pi, there is a difference, as IWSB brought up to this board again, brought every time to last June. So why do we really need to focus about the complexity of the structure of the fund? Again, for the investor, the more the concerns what the funds are now investing to that now that the private market is expanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Amajit, please.
Yeah, so I would propose that we do NAM and the guidance materials, the application materials. I don't think, we should maintain the status quo in terms of no further action. And the reason I say that is one, that I think a lot of feedback that we've received out of the consultation also indicates that. Plus my own sense from India, which is a big market and very, very growing very fast in the collective investment, especially the mutual fund space. Now we have the assets under management of about 75 trillion Indian rupees, which is about 800 or 850 billion dollars, and it is growing at a very, very fast pace. A lot of retail investors are coming in. So, and out of my sense of the ecosystem, I think there is an appetite for more guidance, and it would help. In fact, as at SEBI, we've anyway put some restrictions. We're trying to make sure that the auditor independence in these vehicles is not compromised. And some rulemaking we've already done, but further guidance, I think, would help.
Thank you, Majid, and thank you for bringing that perspective of the retail investors, which is really important here. It's a matter of public interest on the one hand. It's a way families and people are putting their money. It's where they are putting their money. But I don't know the numbers in other areas or regions, but in Europe, retail investors mean an incredible percentage of the number of investors in investment funds. So they matter, and their protection actually matter. Luigi?
I would like to add a clarification, well, to respond to one comment from Chana. The project team had to choose how to present the data, and the idea was on one side to present 59 multiple comments without being able to try to highlight certain directions. On the other side, they try to highlight something statistically relevant in terms of big direction or great direction. In such, of course, it was not possible to present all nuances, all comments of all parties, but nonetheless, we all had access to them. So I think that we can go through and have access to them. So this is the reason why it was presented in this way. And the reason was really to raise this type of discussion and to give certain direction we saw into the responses. And on the basis of such direction, I strongly believe that it is not necessary or even required to start a standard setting process for these type of things, even for amending the conceptual approach, which is believed to be from the majority adequate in order to deal with this situation. I am pretty agnostic with respect to NAM. I'm not sure that, let's say, NAM are really something that can help in this situation. But if we believe that we are able to prepare something that could help a part, not the majority, but a part of the stakeholders in their analysis, in their work, I would be fine. Not the majority, considering that it is not a complex exercise, but it is complicated due to the very high variance we have in the between the jurisdictions, and therefore finding a common way to represent multiple jurisdictions with this variance. Well, it is something to consider. Probably we can do that for some of them, but probably not for all of them.
Thank you very much, Luigi, for that clarification. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bottom line up front, I believe we should stop. I don't see any clear evidence that there is an unmitigated public interest risk at this time that would require standard setting. As I mentioned in my earlier comments, I think the data that's presented right now is a pretty compelling story that there is not a current request by our stakeholders to go forward with standard setting. With respect to NAM, it's hard to argue that non-authoritative material, wouldn't be helpful, but I have no clear direction right now based on the information that's presented on where we would go with NAM. And so with that, I think it's very hard to prioritize, and nor should we, unless, again, there's some sort of clear evidence as to what that project would look like. And I think about all of the important things that this board and the staff are being asked to do right now. And these are choices that we have to make. There is no such thing as unlimited resources. And to me, I don't see any compelling argument that this is where we should spend those limited resources as our highest and best use. So without any evidence to the contrary with NAM, then I would suggest that we stop now. Thank you.
So to be clear, your suggestion is that we don't do anything else?
We don't do anything else. And if something comes to our attention in the future that indicates a risk that we need to respond to, then we can do it at that time.
Rich, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also don't believe there's an indication that over an extended period of time, there has been a volume of instances of failure to properly apply or to apply the conceptual framework, or of failures to be independent in fact and appearance. These areas, particularly CIVs, is one that generally has important regulatory oversight. It also has significant institutional investor analysis. And when you get to the pensions, you not only have the sponsoring organizations, but you have the employing organizations, the unions, and regulatory involvement there in many jurisdictions. And I don't think we've seen or heard of a significant volume of instances that are challenging. Further, as we think about the related entity definition and the concept of connected entities, we do have this part in Part C, and I think this goes to something Mark said. I think he called them bumper entities. A Part C of the connected entity that introduces this concept of significant influence. And generally, the determination of control and significant influence is based on the generally accepted accounting principles applied in a jurisdiction. And I think as we look at the kinds of entities we've talked about appropriately in the consultation or the survey consultation, those entities do not meet the standard of significant influence from that perspective. But I do believe they meet, and I do believe conceptual framework does get applied by practitioners, particularly focusing on the threats around self-review and self-interest. And commonly in both CIVs and in pension audits, you absolutely have to obtain service organization control reports, which besides being a sound approach or a needed approach from an auditing perspective, it also in many cases is a way to address any self-review threats that might exist. If we, and I have this concern that if we produce something like a connected entity test, then we've got to step back and figure out, do we have to apply that to other entities that might have some involvement with entities that currently they're not under common control with the audited client, they don't have significant influence, but they have some influence. And again, I think in the current environment and the historical practice is you just apply the conceptual framework and address that. And then as it relates to NAM, I think the complexity of jurisdictional differences, including jurisdictional regulations, demands application of a principles-based approach. And I fear that as we think about how we might come up with the NAM that addresses so many varied circumstances, we start falling into a rules-based approach. And thus I'm cautious that NAM can be developed. So my overall view is I don't believe we need to continue this project either from a standard setting or a NAM perspective. And thus I'd support concluding that no further action is needed. However, I might throw out there for consideration because we do have difference of views on particularly on the NAM piece, and there were some respondents who had some concern about whether the conceptual framework was applied. Perhaps a practice alert that reminds the PAs about the application of the conceptual framework when involved with these types of organizations might be a way to be a next step if we felt we needed to do something beyond as opposed to just nothing. Thank you for letting me say all that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Rich. Chana, please.
So I think if we go back to the origins of this, which came about from the public interest entity definition, and in the initial exposure draft, CIVs and pension funds were included. And then based on the feedback at the time, the board determined to drop those two, subject to further work being done. And so from a Australian perspective, we took in CIVs and pension funds in 2012. So no issue, they're already in. So even in 2021 or whenever the code was revised, it didn't affect us at all because we already had all of them in. From what I can see, like each jurisdiction seems to have taken some action on these. So it seems that where there has been a potential gap, it seems like the jurisdiction has taken action to cover it, whether it's US, Australia, France, whichever country, the jurisdiction seems to have taken action. And I go back to my previous comments where I sort of said, it looks like the ship has already sailed in a sense. Given the long journey and the information that has been collected, I'm leaning more towards NAM to do something than do nothing, because it's been over, I don't know, Ken, 7 years, and this has been going on. And so ultimately, in another 2 years, if something happens and the board had the opportunity to provide some guidance but didn't, I think it doesn't look good. So I'm sort of saying that we have collected the information. We know the different ones that exist. Maybe we could come up with something on NAM on things you might want to consider when looking at these kinds of entities, like a bit like what Rich is saying about a practice alert. So I'm sort of leaning towards that option rather than doing nothing.
Thank you very much, Chana. Any other comments? Otherwise, Ken, okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thought it would also be useful for the board to also take into consideration some of the characteristics in the public interest framework, which precisely speak to the matter of consistency of application of the standards in the code. There are two characteristics in the PIF that speak to the matter of consistency. The first one is about clarity and conciseness. And what the PIF says is that it's these characteristics of clarity and conciseness go toward enhancing understandability and minimizing the likelihood of differing interpretations. That's number one. The other characteristic is a characteristic of implementability. And this one speaks to the ability of the code being consistently applied and globally operable. So these are two considerations that I think it's useful for the board to bear in mind. But also at this stage where we're at in the discussion, I believe it's also useful to remind the board that there's a bit of direction that the project team is looking to receiving from the board. The project team is not anticipating the board to make a decision yet as to whether it should be no action, change the code, do application material only. In other words, there's options on the slide there, or do non-authoritative material. The reason I say this is because the juncture we're at now is whether the board believes there's more work to be done to provide a full and comprehensive evidential basis to enable the board to finally make that decision around the options that are on the slide. So it's the question, in other words, is stop right now, do not invest any more resources, any more time pursuing this initiative, or does the board believe that it needs a full analysis of all the flavors and the nuances and the colors, and which goes to Chana's earlier point about having more of the flavor of the comments to enable the board to make a confident decision about the direction forward on the options.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, I think it's time for now to wrap up this conversation, but we need clarity about the way forward. The conversation here has been extremely helpful and substantial, insightful, but still, I think that we need to be all aware of and clear and make a clear decision about the way forward until December. We are not making here decisions about we are going to stop or, well, or maybe we could, but let's see. Or whatever we are going to do. And before we make this clear, I think it's important to summarize what we had here in this discussion and what we have ahead of us. As Ken said, that we could make one of three decisions: stop now, decide to move forward with standard setting, or consider additional work. And this additional work, and this has to be clear as well, because it would be unfair to ask you something more without having that very clear. From what came to the table from this discussion, we might have different things to do from here to December, and for the fast, which could be further analysis of the information that we already have, not probably from what we heard, and a very refined and detailed analysis, but more a better understanding of what comes out of these responses as a sign of what we might need to do or we might not need to do. We might try, there were some suggestions. Well, the pension funds were forgotten. Can we do something in that respect or not? It's not the time, it's not possible. We had a suggestion from Hector to go out with some examples, one example, more examples, and see how practitioners and others would solve the problem and see if it is consistent, it's not consistent. So there are quite a number of proposals here of things that we could do further. There was a proposal from Sadia to wrap our minds around the possibility of doing some NAM and understanding how the conceptual framework works in this respect, and if some NAM would be helpful and which kind of NAM. I think it was your proposal. So there are a number of things, one of them, all of them, I don't know, that we may do. And the question to the board, I think it's not to decide now, what can we do, unless there are clear advice, there is a clear advice or concerns. So I think that what needs to be clear at this point is if this board agrees that we should not do anything else. And then if it's the case, that's the case. If it's not the case, and it can be the case in December, even if we don't decide it now. But if the board does not agree on that, then what I would like to ask this board was some additional focus on what can we do more until December to have the possibility and the basis to make a very clear and conscious, responsible decision, because it's what really matters here is that whatever decision we made, we are able to support that decision, to tell the world, okay, there seemed to be a possible issue, but we will not address because this and that, or we will address it in a certain way because this and that. It has to be very clear to everyone. So, and again, what I'd like to ask this board is if there is a conviction or enough conviction that what we have seen, heard, and understood is enough for us to say that we can and should close here, stop here, not move forward, and be able, with what we have today, to support that decision. If not, just to put you in front of all the options, if not, then what could we do? How can we use our time until December to be able to make a final decision in this respect with more clarity? So, James? Okay, and I don't know if anyone wants to add anything after what I said. Otherwise, I think I'm going to go for a show of hands just to the question, does the board believe that we should stop here and move from there to whatever we have to move? If it's the case, we stop here. If it's not the case, then let's move until December. So I think it's necessary because it's unclear to me, at least, if that is the direction that the board wants to give to the project team, or if there is a different thing that we should do. So the question is, who is in favor? Who thinks that we should stop here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 board members. So it's a relevant number. Still, it's not the majority, so I think that we cannot be stuck there. Again, this does not prevent us to make any kind of decision in December. So the decisions will be open until December. That was the idea, as Linda's explained at the start, not to land in a final decision here, but to get guidance from the board about if we should move forward and how to move forward. So with this, I think that we have a majority of members agreeing that we need to do some more work to be able to make a decision in December. The possibilities were put on the table, some additional work in terms of information treatment, information analysis, getting more information or evidence or testing or whatever, addressing the conceptual framework in a more technical perspective, so that in December the board, the planning, the project team will be able to present something, and then there will be a yes or no, and if yes, what? I think that I can conclude this way. Christelle, please.
Then, does this work to be done by December include a presentation of headlines or whatever, PT thoughts about what could be included in a relevant NAM? Because otherwise we're just going to have a second round of discussion, maybe with some discovery of new information due to new deeper analysis of the answers. But I think I would be personally more at ease to decide if I knew that there is something well, where we would be going if there was a NAM, what would it be like as a main points of content? Thank you.
Or at least I think in which areas or topics would we be developing? It's a little bit to the Sadia's Sadia's suggestions so that you could make a decision with a more concrete idea about what this could be. That's fine. I mean, time flies, and it will take some analysis and some technical work, but we'll see what is possible, and to bring for December. Are there any questions? James, please.
Perhaps I'm not clear for those that wish to proceed, whether the root of that basis is that you understand or feel that there's a clear problem statement to solve, or if you're not convinced that those that have expressed concern in this consultation process, the external stakeholders, that we've got an adequate or clear response to those concerns. And so in an environment where you're mixed views, you can't say for those that are concerned, don't worry, the people that aren't concerned has said it's fine and therefore we're done. So I'm hearing assurances or comfort in one stakeholder group, and I hear queries, doubts in the environment. So to me, I think personally, I'd find it helpful. I envision what our final basis for conclusions may be. And that basis conclusions may be that we stop whatever you decide. But I still don't know what I'd be saying to those individuals that said, I'm concerned about the application of this framework. Do we just say, well, those that applied aren't? So I'd just like to understand to see if as a board would have a response to those that have said either a concern or an aspiration. If it's aspirational and it's not possible to solve it, that's fine, basis for conclusions. If they've got doubts or lack of confidence, how do we provide them some confidence to allay their concerns? So I just, as we try and decide, to me, that's the exposure I don't have a clear answer to. How do I respond to those that had doubts? And if we can take steps that help articulate that. So I like Hector's idea. Don't worry about it. We can apply the conceptual framework. Give us some basis. So that's a very good response to those that had doubts about the application. So it provides a basis for our conclusion. If we're not proceeding, just how do we respond to those that have expressed the concerns? And to me, we'll have to describe that one way or another. And board members need to be fluent in those basis for conclusions. And I just steer those that have raised concerns. How do we answer it? Too complex, and they said it's fine. I think we'll just have to. That's the element that I'd like to uncover in the period between now and your final decision.
Thank you, James. Also, because I think that the response, whatever we land, cannot be that it's too complex, so we cannot address it. And it's almost too complex because we see the responses; they are completely fragmented. Even within the groups, we have firms saying we don't need anything. We have firms saying we don't know what to do. Within investors, we have different kinds of investors. So I think it's not easy to get somewhere which to get to a response which fixes necessarily everything. But again, my question is about the reasons and the justification for any decision that we made. Yes, no, or that different thing. So I think that the project team will take this direction to work to follow up on this topic, on this difficult project. But before we close, I'd like to give the floor to Janine. And of course, your comments are always very important, but I think that here they are especially important given that it started with PIOB, so that you may have specific considerations about it. Please.
It's not working. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Gabriela. Yes, it is indeed an important project, as it was introduced also by the chair before that. As PIOB, we really also asked to do this further work in this area to see whether there is a real gap that needs to be addressed, a real gap in terms of the public interest in the extent code. So we're very happy that this work has been done through the survey, and also I can say that there was a really thorough discussion, but also very different views and also a sort of exploratory discussion on things that could be next steps, or what should be the how of how things could be taken further. From our perspective, I think if I look at the survey outcomes, then for me, this topic is all about independence, and independence is really foundational for trust in audits. So, and who should trust the outcome of the audit? Those are the users. So I always then pay more attention, or particular attention also, to those groups that responded. And luckily, there were, I may even say surprisingly, 5 investor groups that responded. And there was from a global regulatory affairs letter. So those views are very important to also look at it from the stakeholder group perspective, and not only from a majority of responses. That's the way I always look at these things, and to think about what does this say and tell for the possible way forward. That's not on us as PRB, that's for IESBA board to decide, of course. But through your discussions and also what came out of all the discussions, you landed on doing some more work in also in trying to understand the responses better, more specific maybe also around the application of the conceptual framework. I think that is a very good outcome of today's discussion. And there were a lot of good comments made and suggestions given to the team to work on with examples. And because, from my perspective, it's an important thing that the code is properly applied, which also would include when the conditions, the facts and circumstances are the same, that it's a consistent application in practice as outcome. For the trust, that's key for the trust in audits, and particularly in this complex area, that is the question mark. Is that now the case? Do they understand sufficiently how to apply it? So you all discuss these things. So I think this is a good way forward towards December, and we are looking forward to the further outcome of the further work that will be done. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine. And thank you very much, board, for the very substantive discussion and for your comments and thoughts, all without any exception, very valuable, and which will be, I'm sure, very helpful for the project team to decide what to do next in terms of the different options that we can consider, and arrive in December with a robust proposal or a set of proposals to the board to make a responsible, informed and conscious decision about what to do. So I think we can stop here for now and move to the next topic on the agenda. And the next topic on the agenda is on sustainability. I will just recall very briefly the context of this work. So we decided upon discussions that we had in June, but also in March, that we would continue with our project to build, draft, prepare a complete framework of standards for sustainability assurance, covering not only the scope that is currently covered by IESA, but extending the work, and namely the profession agnostic approach, to all the matters that are not yet covered by the IESBA. The decision why we made it on phases, different phases, is that we could not do everything at the same time. We all know what it took for this board to do the first part of this work. I would say that the next one is much easier, because the big portion of work, discussion, etc., has already been made. But still, we need to take to focus on the next phase, and the next phase is mostly about if or not if we decided to advance a project, how to move forward with covering the other what's currently outside of the scope of the IESA and making it also profession agnostic. There are some concerns in the market with respect to this different approach that currently exists to the ones which are covered by the IESA scope and the ones who are not. And these concerns come both from the regulators, the profession, and etc. So we will need to do this. For the presentation of the what we have here is an update from the project team, but also the discussion and approval of the project team's terms of reference, which have been submitted to you. Sylvia is online and on the screen. Sylvia, welcome, and thank you very much for joining us in difficult circumstances. And thank you for the work done. And I'm gonna give you the floor. Pass to you to present on what you have been thinking about what we can do and how on this topic. Please.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. And I hope you can hear me and see me well.
Loud and clear.
That's perfect. So I'm just waiting for the slides to come up. And I'm so sorry that I cannot be here with you today. Especially that this room looks really amazing, and I can just see this table, and it gives the impression that I'm sitting at the table as well with you. So just wondering if the slides are up yet, because I just cannot see that yet. Sorry. If you can let me know.
Not yet, I think. I think it's...
Then while the slides are up, I will just start the presentation to note that indeed, Gabriela, thank you very much for the introduction. And this is the first update from the profession agnostic part 4B, which is, I realize that our name in the agenda is a bit confusing because actually the project team is focusing on the profession agnostic independent standards for sustainability assurance engagement outside of the scope of the independent standards of the IESA, but you may appreciate that this is quite a mouthful name for a new project. Or
Sorry, Sylvia, we have the wrong presentation on the screen. I think we are back to the last one. So if you can wait just a little bit until we have the right presentation on the screen, I'll let you know. Okay, here we are.
That's it. So as I mentioned, and if you can go a slide back at the first slide, that this is our first update, and we are using the name of Profession Agnostic Part 4B just to make it easier for the reference, not to use that long name that you can currently see on the slides. But indeed, as Gabriela mentioned, our focus is on the sustainability assurance engagement, and the sustainability assurance engagement covered in the Part 4B. And the project team consists of Lean and myself, and we are supported by board advisors, two board advisors, Mark and Nancy. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mark and Nancy again for their contribution and input in the last couple of weeks while we were developing our work plan and the terms of reference that we are presenting to you today. So next slide, please. So the objective of our session today is to go through the planned work of the project team and approve the terms of reference that determines the scope of the work stream and the focus and the approach to the planned fact-finding activities and the timetable for the deliverables and our regular update with the board. And we would like to kindly ask the board members to please let us know about all your comments today during this session, or if you have any other comments offline via email on the terms of reference document in agenda item part 5, because as Gabriela mentioned, our plan is approve the terms of reference during the turnout session that is scheduled by the end of this week for Friday. Next slide, please. So Gabriela mentioned a couple of background information about our project, but this profession agnostic part for B work stream goes back to the development of the IESA. And even at the early stages of the development of the IESBA agreed that the profession agnostic independent standards in the IESA would only apply to sustainability assurance engagements with the same public interest as the audit engagement. And on balance, the board supported that for the other sustainability assurance engagements, the independent standards in the extent part 4B that is currently applicable professional accountants would still be available. So the scope of the IESA and the application of the Part 4B standards was already subject to the coordination with the IEESB as well. And the provisions related to sustainability assurance in the code, both the IESA and the Part 4B, serve as relevant ethical requirements in the context of ISSA 5000. So this approach and the scoping of the IESA was already included in the exposure draft, and it was supported by the majority of the respondent and became the approach of the final standards of the final IESA. However, respondents already noted that if the provisions of Part 4B were not also applicable to non-professional accountants performing sustainability assurance engagements, there would be no level playing field. Therefore, these respondents to the exposure draft strongly encouraged the IESBA to consider developing a profession agnostic Part 4B for sustainability assurance engagements that are not within the scope of the independent standards in the IESA. So against this background, even before the approval of the IESA as part of the 2024-2027 SWP, the IESBA agreed to consider how the code might be enhanced to ensure that all independent standards for sustainability assurance engagements are addressed in a code in a profession agnostic manner. And this work stream had been assessed as having a high priority due to the effective date or the upcoming effective date of the IESA. However, as Gabriela also mentioned, and as you may recall, the previous board meeting in June and in March, the board discussed the current deregulation trends regarding sustainability reporting and assurance in some jurisdictions and its potential impact on the commitment in the SWP. And as a result of the discussion, the board agreed that first and foremost to establish a project team to obtain more information regarding the nature and the extent of the sustainability assurance engagement outside the scope of the independent standards in the IESA before approving a project proposal or launching a project. So the next slide, please. And the next slide is really just help refreshing the memory regarding the scope of the IESA and just help to identify that what are those other sustainability assurance engagements that's going to be in the focus of this current project. And as you can see on the left side of the slide, in the IESA, the ethics provisions apply to all sustainability assurance engagements and to all other services that is provided for the same clients. However, the scope of the independence provisions are a bit more limited, and the independent standards apply to sustainability assurance engagements with the same public interest as the audit engagement. And what are those engagements exactly are set out in the IESA. However, these other sustainability assurance engagements that we are talking about that falls within the scope of Part 4B, these are the engagements, for example, where the sustainability assurance engagement is on sustainability information developed in accordance with special purpose criteria or entity developed criteria, or sustainability assurance engagements where the report is for restricted or limited use. So these sustainability assurance engagements are currently under the scope of Part 4B. And professional accountants are already subject to the provisions in the extent Part 4B of the code. And the IESBA encourage non-professional accountants who are carrying out these sustainability assurance engagements to follow the Part 4B. So our project or our work stream is really focusing in these other sustainability assurance engagements. And if we can turn to the next slide, please. So as we mentioned, the objective or the mission of our current project team is to undertake a fact-finding to help the board's discussion and the deliberation as to whether to undertake a project to develop independent standards for these other sustainability assurance engagements that are outside of the scope of the independent standards of the IESBA, and whether the approach to such a project should be profession agnostic. So this is the first step to decide whether to start a project and what should be the characteristic of this project. And if the board believes that there is sufficient information and sufficient support, sufficient basis to doing a project, the project team will also identify option for the approach to the development of such an independent standard, meaning whether this project should result in revisions to the current Part 4B, or whether we should develop a Part 4B equivalent in the independent standards on the IESBA, or whether we should consider guidances in the IESBA referring to Part 4B. Of course, these are only options that we can all consider, and the project team will provide different pros and cons arguments to each of the options from the point of view of maximizing the adoption and the implementation of a potential or a future independent standards. But apart from considering the potential approach, we will also highlight strategic questions and issues for the board's consideration, where we believe we would need direction from the board before commencing any such project. These issues include, for example, whether the independent standards for these other sustainability assurance engagements should address the value chain entities. So again, we don't know the responses to all these questions that you can see on the slides yet, but our mission is to carry on an extensive fact-finding activity that will help us get closer to the responses. And in the next part of the presentation, Aline will talk about the approach to such fact-finding activities that the project team will carrying out in the next quarter. So, Aline.
Thank you, Sylvia. So now let's turn to the proposed proposed focus and approach for fact-finding. This fact-finding is a part of our commitment to rigor and due process, and we aim to establish a solid evidence base before any recommendation is brought to the board. As Sylvia mentioned, both on whether a project should be undertaken, and if so, what form that project might take. So the project team will focus primarily on 4 areas, and these are outlined in paragraph 10, A to D of the terms of reference. First, we would like to understand the nature and extent of the sustainability assurance engagement outside of the IESBA scope, and who is performing them. So note that although we already have included some examples of SAEs that are within the scope in Part 4B in the standards, and through the current sustainability revisions, we aim to understand that other side. What are the most typical engagements? What is the extent and percentile of such sustainability assurance engagements in the market? Second, we'd like to identify the standards, the reporting, assurance, and ethics standards that practitioners are currently using. So what reporting standards are being used for sustainability information, such as an IESBA standard or local jurisdiction reporting standard? What assurance standards are practitioners using for SAEs for assurance? Are they using ISA 5000 or perhaps an ISO standard or other national standard within their local jurisdiction? And if they aren't using a standard such as ISA 5000 that requires ethical standards, what, if any, standards are practitioners required to comply with? Is there a requirement, or what's the nature of the market there? Third, we're assessing whether the existing Part 4B provisions adequately address independence issues. So as Sylvia mentioned, in areas such as value chain work and group engagements. And finally, we want to consider the public interest need for profession agnostic standards in this space. So, in order to gather the necessary information, we've proposed several activities. When considering these activities, we took into consideration potential challenges. For example, we recognize the challenges related to getting information with respect to these SAEs that are not within the scope of the IAS in the IESA before the IESA actually becomes effective. So with that in mind, one action we propose is engaging with members of the IESBA JSS Jurisdictional Standard Setters Liaison Group from jurisdictions where the IESA has been or is planned to be adopted and implemented. Pending approval, we would also plan to present the terms of reference at the next meeting with JSS in November and have a more focused outreach with JSS. Then we propose gathering information regarding those SAEs, and this could include targeted outreach to members of the IESA EMAG and ISA 5000 Technical Implementation Contact Group, or other stakeholders among SAPs who already performed these engagements. Then collaboration with IFAC's sustainability research team and other professional bodies to gather relevant information. We also intend to liaise with the International Accreditation Forum to consider undertaking a survey of these sustainability assurance practitioners who are not professional accountants. And of course, we intend to coordinate closely with the IAASB and IESBA's A&I working group. So we believe that we have proposed a structure and collaborative approach designed to ensure that we capture both practice realities and public interest considerations before any decision is made about new projects. Related to the timeline that is also included in Section D of the Terms of Reference, the plan is to begin work in the fourth quarter of 2025, so shortly, and continue on to the second quarter of 2026. During this period, we will undertake active outreach and information gathering activities, both virtually and face-to-face. In March, the intent is to provide the board with an update of our activities and share preliminary findings for discussion and direction. By June, the project team intends to present a final report. The final report will not only summarize the fact-finding outcomes, but the intent is also to address the objectives which Sylvia discussed and set out our recommendations on whether there's a sufficient basis to approve, in the public interest, a project proposal on developing profession agnostic independent standards for such engagements. And with that, I will turn it back over to Sylvia to see if she would like to add any other comments or if she'd like to proceed.
No more comments from me, Aline. Thank you very much. So As I mentioned during this session, we would like to ask the board's input regarding the approach to our work, with special regard to the fact-finding activities, and to hear if you have any comments on the proposed terms of reference in agenda item 5A. But before we open the floor for the comments, Gabriela, I would just like to ask Nancy and Mark if they have anything to add to our presentation.
Thanks, Sylvia. Just one thing. The importance of the fact finding here is that in those jurisdictions that are already moving ahead with sustainability reporting and assurance, the focus is on the largest listed companies. So it's really important that we do this outreach and that we better understand what the rest of the market looks like. Because at the moment, I think it could be a mix of sort of voluntary engagements and other things and individually commissioned pieces. The legislative frameworks in many jurisdictions are still to move in respect of things further down the market. So this is a really key exercise to understand what the issues are we need to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. In any case, at least over the next few times, it seems that voluntary area will be much bigger than the mandatory, and it's probably growing. Nancy, so the importance of this of deciding on this project is even greater than it was 1 year or 2 years ago when we started the other project. Nancy?
Yeah, I think we're going to find that the fact finding is going to be a bit challenging, and I think especially just with some of the recent developments regarding various jurisdictions and how they're responding to this. So I think this fact finding exercise is going to be challenging, but I think will be very informative to help us move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Ken?
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted also to add a bit of context, additional context for the board's information. When Gabriel and I undertook some outreach in Canada, we had some engagement with the jurisdictional standards that are there, as well as a larger group in the context of the work that the board was doing on the IESBA. There was a challenge that was raised to the board as to whether the board had sufficiently addressed the population or the universe of the voluntary engagements, because there was a clear understanding that the scope of the IESBA was very much and very deliberately narrow and clearly defined to those engagements on sustainability information prepared in accordance with the general purpose framework. Information is required by law, regulation, or publicly disclosed. But the question clearly was raised that, as you've heard from the chair, that there's a huge variety of those voluntary engagements that are performed around the world, and essentially the question that was raised was a question about the public interest in not addressing, or at least not yet covering, those other engagements. So it is seen as very much a matter of the public interest to consider how to address those very large numbers of voluntary engagements, and this is what this essentially this work stream is about.
Right, exactly. And the way things are moving, as I was saying, makes things even more relevant than they were when we spoke with some stakeholders, because the perspective 2 years ago was that the mandatory area or universe would grow significantly, at least in Europe, but in some jurisdictions also, which usually follow the trend. And suddenly what is happening is exactly the opposite, with a significant possibility on the table that in many jurisdictions it will become almost fully voluntary. So we need to get it right, whatever we are going to do. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. One question I have for you, and I don't doubt that you've all thought about it, so I really actually like what we're doing. I like what we're talking about. I like your plan. The one question I had is, beyond IAF, where there's an accreditation of some sort for a non-PA, how will you identify the non-PAs and get sufficient non-PA representation in the universe to understand? So whether that's voluntary or non-voluntary, I'm just curious as to how you'll tackle that.
May I respond to this question, Gabriela?
Yes, of course, go ahead.
And this is it's a really good point, David. Thank you very much for raising. If you have any suggestions for us, that's definitely welcome. But indeed, reaching out to the non-PA community, it's a challenge. So our first and foremost, we want to approach AIF, but also in the groups that we are working with in IMAG, and especially the IESB's groups that consists of representatives from non-PA firms as well. So we would like to have targeted outreach with these representatives to understand if they can recommend some touch points or contact points to these organizations. But definitely we are open for any suggestions.
Just to add to that, David, I've also recently had a conversation with the TIC Council as well, which brings together a lot of these. I think they've got over 100 members, doesn't overlap entirely with the IAF, and that's another route to find out some insights as to non-PAs who are carrying out this work too.
Thank you both for clarifying. One thing that might be helpful, and we can certainly talk about this offline, is it might be really helpful to talk to a couple of large organizations that do this and get some feedback from them around some of the bodies that might be helpful in getting a greater population, shall we say, of the non-PAs. So we can certainly look at doing that, and we can give you some contacts and put you in touch, and that might be a helpful way to go.
Thank you, David. Let me just, because we have a lot of people wanting to speak, let me just share two notes. One on the coverage of non-PAs who are not included in IAF. It's going to be challenging, but I think that we have some possibilities. We are connected with some organizations already, and we can address them, such as I'm thinking about accountability and things like that. She's a big provider. Secondly, think about the jurisdictions where the voluntary space is already very relevant and was in the past, like Korea, and I'm looking at Sonam. We have an esteemed dear colleague from Korea with whom may probably help us connecting us with someone and getting some information. So these kind of things, I think they are not easy, but we have some ideas. But another thing that I'd like to raise here is the following. Connecting with non-PAs, it's of course very important, but their motivation these days to be covered by the IESBA code may be different, and I'll say lower, than it was before. Because before, the expectation was that they would like to be brought in the same space as the mandatory, they wanted to get in the mandatory space and be providing sustainability assurance for these cases where it was mandatory. With the mandatory area lowering, they are more comfortable with not being covered. So we need to take that input right and understand, of course, what it means for them, but also understand what it means for PAs and what it means ultimately for the public interest, that we do something or we don't do something. Because what we are seeing is that their approach and their motivation to be in is different these days than it was 1 year ago. And right? And even some decisions, as you know, have been not reversed, I would say, but delayed to see what happens, and etc. So, Sadia, please.
So, some of my other comments have been mentioned about the changing regulatory landscape, but this may not be a question for this topic, but actually across two topics. So yesterday we dealt with the role of CFOs, and in today's conversation as well, we're talking about professional agnostic standards. I wondered if we've considered as a board, how would we make the determination whether we go yes to include professional agnostics or no, not to include professional agnostics? And I'm trying to think about when the project team comes to us in June next year and says, we found this out.
it's yes, we include professional agnostics, or no, we don't? Do we know what criteria we would be using when we make that decision?
It's a good question. The criteria, we had a story with IESA, and this story started clearly by a request from regulators for this to be done like this, but which made all the sense in a moment where everything was getting growing in terms of mandatory and competition, level playing field, investor protection, public interest ultimately. And I think that's always the test that we need to take in the criteria, how much it is relevant for the public interest and against all the other considerations that we need to take on board, which is how much this is operable, how much this is acceptable and desired, and etc. So I don't think that we have a criteria that works for everything in the same way, because the reasons may start differently. And that's why I think that yesterday I was saying that we need to try to avoid, I would say, this expression of profession agnostic for other areas, because this is not we are not the owners of this expression. I doubt that it is fully accurate, and it brings some considerations in which maybe should be out in some other cases, like CFO, etc. So, but it's a good question. It's a good question, Sally, and I think that we should not. We should think about it, about being at least clear about the criteria. Ken, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe I'll try to answer Sadia's question. In fact, I wanted to bring my comment later on, but it's really about the use of the IESBA's relevant assurance standard. In the context of voluntary engagements, clearly the use of the ESA is optional. The ESA doesn't apply to voluntary, but of course anybody can use the ESA for whichever types of engagements they would like in the sustainability area. But it is critical to have regard to the applicable assurance standard for the engagements we have in mind here, the voluntary type engagements, special purpose engagements, or whichever type of reporting framework that's in play. But it is really important to bear in mind that the use of the IESBA code is going to be most relevant when the relevant assurance standard is the standard that applies from the IESBA perspective, and that's IAC 3000. And most likely, in most likelihood, non-PAs that are performing voluntary engagements in accordance with an assurance framework other than IAC 3000 will not use the IESBA code. They might use the ethical requirements or the ethical framework that IAF has in play, or perhaps the ISO-related ethical requirements. But when it comes to using IAC 3000, and there are quite a number of those non-PA assurance providers that do use IAC 3000, they are essentially required to look to the IESBA code as a baseline. They may apply more stringent requirements, but the IESBA code is a baseline. But importantly, the use of the code is going to be essentially the default in that context, because essentially there won't be. It's going to be difficult to come up with another framework that would be at least as demanding, so to speak. And it's always a challenge for those other assurance providers, those other independent assurance providers, to come up with some sort of articulation about this as demanding, because really that is the role of the relevant body in the national jurisdiction to make that determination. So having regard to that, and effectively that's a bit of the answer, what's the justification to decide to go to profession agnostic? It's not only because the ESA itself is already profession agnostic, and therefore there's a question there, there's an open question as to whether for voluntary engagements, IESBA should also have a profession agnostic answer or response, but also the fact that IAC 3000 is already profession agnostic. any assurance provider can use IAC 3000, not just auditors or professional accountants.
Thank you, Ken. Amajit, please.
So just, just to echo some of the things which have already been said, I believe there is a need to enhance our engagement with non-PAs. And I had a meeting with the leadership of TIC Council in India a few weeks ago, and I found, they were very keen to engage. And by the way, their awareness about IESBA's work and also ISA in particular was rather low. They're very keen on, especially in the context of providing sustainability assurance services. So they want to be in the game, they want to engage, and I'm happy to connect the project team with them. And also NABCB in India, so I can facilitate that engagement.
Thank you, Amajit. Rania, please. It's not Sadia. Rania, won't you? Oh, sorry, it was Paul. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Very glad to be confused with this beauty. I think, Chair, I think very strong support for this kind of fact-finding analysis, and just being very conscious that when you look at, very much in line with what Amajit has said, when you look at what's happening in some of the evolving economic spaces, there's very conscious thought going into how sustainability can become a key driver for access to finance, and almost even a basis for much more competitive or differential finance access. When you look at very large portions of the much smaller economies are very much driven by the bottom of the pyramid and the SME sector. So making sure there are mechanisms and avenues for kind of just improving access and viability of this kind of reporting may call for broader participation than just the PAs. So if we're able to start walking that journey and understanding it's not just the biggest entities that are doing this, but it's even some of the smaller economies looking almost at a bottom-up approach to using sustainability for finance access is a critical issue, and very strong support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Sonam, please.
Thank you. I endorse the approach as proposed in the TOR. I have one question. We have been updated on the IAF's position on its mapping effort, some kind of reservation or hesitance. So I'm interested to know if IAF has agreed to undertake a survey with IESBA. Thank you.
I think the answer is probably a very quick and short no. Simply because they have in effect paused any further consideration at this point in time with respect to considering adoption of the ESA because of the external developments and especially with regard to the omnibus directive in the EU. So that's created quite significant headwinds with regard to their efforts toward considering adopting the ESA. So given that context, I think it is doubtful that they are undertaking or have undertaken any survey, but certainly we will engage with them and see to what extent they would be willing to and be open to working with us and supporting us in that effort relative to Part 4B.
Thank you, Ken. The developments, as Ken mentioned, in Europe and so forth with the omnibus were key in that decision to delay, but they were not the only ones. There were others related to the way mechanisms, the agreements to use our standards, which also added to this decision to delay what they had agreed to do. So, Yohei.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding sustainability assurance related project, the important thing being done is to support the IESA, which is highly important from the public interest perspective. And my thinking is that there will be unexpected issues emerge as IESA to be implemented, taking into account of the fact that even the mandatory assurance is being developed. In the case we're exploring independence standard outside the IAS of IESA, the IESBA can develop a more reliable international standard after considering the issues identified in the A&I of the IESA. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Yohai. Ken, do you still want to say something?
Yes, just perhaps a suggestion to the project team, because what is on slide 7, and I'm not sure if you've already gone to slide 7, Sylvia, have you covered? I think you have covered slide 7, right? Which is a fact-finding approach. Yes, yeah, so the plan for the project team to seek to engage with a number of stakeholders to, in effect, enlist their support and assistance with regard to the information gathering exercise. There will be the jurisdictional liaison group, the JSS liaison group, the EMAG collaboration with IFAC, liaison with IEF, and so forth. I think it's, at least from my perspective, I'm not 100% confident that we will be able to undertake a very comprehensive fact-finding and information gathering exercise. For one, we just discussed the fact that there might be a question mark there as to the extent to which IAF would be able to support the project team with regard to the necessary assistance in undertaking a survey, so we'll have to see. With regard to the JSS liaison group, this is a relatively small group. It is by no means a group that covers comprehensively the globe. There is a potential to work with IFAC because they've been doing the state of play research that the board has been updated on from time to time. They update this research on an annual basis, but they have undertaken this research from a broader perspective, with broader objectives, and not necessarily with regard to the particular objectives in this work stream. But my point is more that there is perhaps a question as to the comprehensiveness of the information that we might be able to obtain from at least the initial list of potential sources of the information. And therefore, what I was going to suggest is, if the board is amenable to that, is for the project team to consider commissioning some academic researchers to assist in the information gathering exercise. And if there is already an early indication that at least this initial list of sources of information is not going to be giving us as much input as we'd like to see, perhaps we might go directly to, as I said, enlisting some academic researchers, commissioning some academic research, so that there is kind of a bit of a deeper dive, and they might have perhaps more capabilities to undertake the kind of research that we have in mind, to really understand the landscape of the non-PAs, what sort of work they do on the voluntary types of engagements, which types of reporting and assurance frameworks they are using, and therefore to what extent the code is being used. We may be able to rely a bit on IFAC and working with the colleagues at IFAC, but there's a question there as to, again, because they have different objectives in terms of the state of play research, and there's a question as to how quickly they might be able to come back to us.
Thank you, Ken. So On the terms of reference, so the discussion went immediately on the substance, which is wonderful, but please confirm that you are fine with the terms of reference, to which we heard some questions, just to clarify a few things, but no signs of discomfort or additional suggestions, need to refine, and etc. So my question is the board comfortable with the terms of reference for this group? Because otherwise we can approve it now. We don't need to wait for Friday, right?
If the board is happy with the terms of reference as presented, yes, absolutely. Perhaps it's a show of hands, but subject to, again, if the board is comfortable with what I've just suggested, which is kind of an insertion of a reference to a consideration of pursuing some sort of academic research, whatever literature review, or perhaps some deep dive into the market for voluntary engagements, so that the board is able to get the information that it needs.
So 2 questions. Is anyone against or has anything to add to the terms of reference? Apparently no. Is everyone comfortable with Ken's suggestions of considering, no, we are not promising, because we need to find the right people in the right time and within the right budget, which is not less of an issue, but if we can, are you comfortable with the possibility of commissioning an academic research? Okay. A third note, I think OECD did a great job also in identifying or addressing non-PAs active in this area. The work is much broader in terms of the numbers and the information they gathered with respect, compared to the IFAC. I don't know if they are planning to do some kind of update in face of these changes, but it would be also good to ask them and to look at the study that it is published in the Columbia Law Review. I don't know, a publication of Columbia University, I think. So this is also a possible source of information. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Sylvia, Mark, Nancy, Elaine, for developing the terms of reference and for this discussion. And we have the second part of this session, and it's on the work, an update on the IMAG work and developments. And I think that it's going to be you, Luigi, or to present. Oh, please, over to you. Oh, sorry, Majid, you wanted to say something. I'm so sorry. Sorry? Okay, Amajit, please.
No, just a very quick suggestion actually. So on this non-PA space, I mean, I'm okay with the terms of reference, it's not on that. More a suggestion, if we could get some sort of a study done in terms of getting the sense of the landscape, because this is a problem we will also face in our A&I working group. In fact, if we have to promote adoption and implementation in the non-PA space, we don't have, I mean, at least I don't have much sense of the, what is the state of play, how many players are there, how is it different in different jurisdictions. So some details around that, I don't know who does it, but it would be useful, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Majid. We'll see where we can extract that information. But now, I think it's back to you again, right? On the IMAG, or?
Gabriela, that's part of the afternoon. The ANI, the IMAG update is part of the ANI working group after lunch.
I thought you, okay. My mistake then. So in that case, I think that we can stop here, not before asking Janine. Sorry. Sorry, Ken.
Maybe Janine, before we leave the topic of the Part 4B. Janine,
yes, this is actually, I think it's very good that there is real good consideration of how to expand IESBA to the non-professional accountants, but also to all sustainability assurance engagements, including the voluntary. Because of the level playing field, which is an important aspect, is what we think. The further work that will be done the coming months is most welcome and to be continued. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine. So we can close now topic item 5 on the agenda on the professional agnostic part 4B. Another question is, should we move with the next item or close a little bit earlier? Maybe it's better to close a little bit earlier. Luigi?
Maybe I was going to leave it to Sylvia or Luigi because the update on the EMAG was going to be a short one.
Okay, so let's
if
move.
it's just a quick update, maybe the board can consider the update before lunch.
Okay.
And save a little bit of time after that. Sylvia, I don't know if you're open to that.
Absolutely. Just because I'm virtual, it's going to be Luigi who is providing the update. So it's really a question for Luigi. And also our slides on the EMAG is at the back of the ANI deck. So if we can put that up potentially.
Meanwhile, that the slides are projected, the EMAG met once in July, and we basically met with the group. The group is now composed by 11 components from various jurisdictions with a different background, and we managed to have a reasonable representation of different stakeholders in terms of geographic representation, professional representations, and so on. We started our work in collecting the first type of reactions and challenges that members are meeting in their preliminary activities. There are some countries that are going to implement soon the IESBA, and therefore they are now in the, we can call it, discovery phase and in the study phase. And so certain matter started popping out. Not surprisingly, these are the members of the EMAG. As you can see, there is also a representative for non-PA. And basically, we try to have a fair representation from also the countries that are implementing or are supposed to be implement soon the IESBA. If we can go on. The background of each representative had been discussed with the Adoption and Implementation Working Group, and that's been agreed with them. We are working in strict coordination with them, with the working group, in order to ensure that our group and the work we are doing is relevant also for them in the context of their duties. As I was mentioning before, not surprisingly, one of the most relevant matters that was raised during the first meeting was related to value chain component under different perspective. It was just a preliminary discussion, so we will be able to report in a great detail to the board during the December meeting. But the preliminary discussion were pretty interesting under a certain perspective, highlighting different angles that could probably require some analysis. A second matter raised was what we call interconnectivity of IESBA, which means basically in the first phases of implementation, especially for those countries that will start first, there could be engagement with many geographies and jurisdictions involved, there could be some issues in terms of coordination, because some jurisdiction could start first, other jurisdiction could start later with implementation, and therefore the level of knowledge and familiarity with the IESA could be different, and sometimes there could be challenges there, and this was one of the matters that we discussed. The scope of the international independence standard, not surprisingly, considering the discussion we already had. Certain examples that we started dealing with about how to assess objectivity. Some of the members require some example or some analysis on how to deal with this evaluation. We also started dealing with some concept of independence of other practitioners, especially when there is no application among all other practitioners of the IESA, and they are applying other type of standards. And one of the matters that emerged is how to assess that the standard is at least strict, stringent as the IESA, which is easy as a response, but in the early stage of the application could require some analysis, especially when local bodies have not issued yet a statement about certain standard that could be used. Effective date was another matter we discussed, and connected to the effective date matter on how to disclose the deferral of the value chain component part. Is it a matter that should be disclosed in the assurance report? Is it a matter to be disclosed in another way? And I recognize here that it is probably more a matter of coordination with IESBA. So, well, some translation issues of new terms, while there is a long-standing knowledge of the terms that we use in the code, certain terms that are new in the IESA could present some challenges in the translation. And so these are basically the matters that we discussed. The next meeting would be in the next month, during the fourth quarter, and we believe to be in a position to present detailed discussion to the board during the December meeting. As I mentioned before, we believe that the adoption and implementation working group is, well, they need to assist us and we need to coordinate with them, because I believe that the two activities are really relevant one for the other. I will stop here. I don't know whether there are any specific queries.
Thank you very much, Luigi, and thank you again for having volunteered under my request to be chairing this group, which is a very important one, and and is having a very important impact and effect in mitigating some concerns and offering stakeholders and the firms and practitioners and etc. a way of conveying and solving the problems they face, they may be facing in applying IESA. So extremely useful, probably not easy, but very grateful to you and to all those who accepted to be part of this group, because it was and it is a very precious instrument for the IESBA, also very much related to the refreshed strategy that we are adopting with respect to engagement with the stakeholders, feedback, embedding the feedback in our work, responding properly, and etc. Thank you. Any questions, Yohei?
Question, just a brief comment. So, my point is, practices of sustainability assurance have not yet been established, and as new regulations and regimes are applied in each jurisdiction, additional issues and burdens will become apparent. And since substantial resources will be required to respond, resources should be prioritized over other projects in the case where the resource constraints. I hope that IESBA to continue to focus on A&I of sustainability-related standards to gain sufficient understanding and trust from stakeholders as a global standard for ethical independence of sustainability assurance with a hope to prevent fragmentation of the standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yohai. Amajit.
So just a very quick point. In fact, so A&I working group has been, as Luigi said, we've been working together with the IIMAG. And actually, I have discussed this with Luigi earlier also, and I thought I'll just mention that it'll be good to have more non-PAs in this group. So we all agreed on that, but maybe going forward, we'll see how we can expand the group and have more representation from the non-PA space so that we understand what their problems could be.
Thank you very much, Amajit. I think that we all agree. The question is whether we are going to be able to get them to be part of that group, given what the considerations that we made before in the discussion on the part 4B, but it's always possible to try and see where we will get. So, any other questions to Luigi about the developments of the IMA? Okay, so thank you once again, and we hope to see more as we go forward, and the implementation of the ESA moves also forward. There will be for sure questions and things that will come here. And thank you again. So I will close the session now for this morning. We will come back in 1 hour. So by 2, please, here back in the room. For those online, we will we will be here again by the hour. Thank you. I hope you had a nice lunch. And it is now time to move to the next topic on the agenda, which is on the adoption and implementation work being done by the Adoption and Implementation Working Group. And here, Amajit, I'm very sorry because yesterday I forgot to mention you. I thought I was forgetting someone as the board, not board advisor, the chair of this work, of this important working group. So my apologies. Just a brief recap. You all know what this group has been doing. Very, very important job that we started, I would say, in a shy way, maybe 1 year ago, or a little bit more than 1 year ago. And it's demonstrating to be an extremely helpful and useful group, not only for the IESBA itself to know where we are, but also for stakeholders who are now better equipped to understand how things are progressing and what the IESBA is doing on the basis of the knowledge of this progress and developments that the ANI working group has been following. Before we start, Amajit, if you give me, if you don't mind, if you give me just 1 minute, all of you should have received something like this. It's on your tables, and also something like this, the pin. If anyone has not received the pin or the small gift, please let us know. It's a very, very minor, small, humble gift to you, but it's very, it's from the heart and it's very Portuguese. What you have inside is a real Lisbon tile. It has on the back side a message to you, or well, the reference to the IESBA conference and meeting and etc., so that it's kept on your memory. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it. It's really a very typical thing, these styles. And if you have some time, there are a lot of things to see in Lisbon, but one of them is the tile museum, I think it's the name, where we can see all these things, all these old tiles. It's very beautiful. But there are also some places, some churches, and also even some restaurants which have these tiles on the walls and etc. So it's something that deserves some time if you have it. So apologies, Amajit. So it's just an expression of gratitude and appreciation that you came to Lisbon for this board meeting and for the conference, and it's really something that leaves us very happy. So Amajit, I'm going to hand over to you for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela, and no worries about not mentioning about the group yesterday. So we have a short presentation. So just to give you a bit of an overview, we've been making good progress. That's what I would like to believe. We are moving steadily on various fronts. But at the same time, the global headwinds, as we all know, especially against sustainability disclosures, seem to be getting stronger. So I guess our path will not be so easy, but I think so far we seem to be making satisfactory progress. So this group has been meeting very regularly. In fact, John just confirmed that we met 9 times since January this year. So every month we've had a meeting, and some of the meetings are longish, where we've reviewed the progress made and brainstormed on what else we can do and how we can take this agenda further. So I must also say right in the beginning, thanks to the dedicated efforts. I mean, this progress is because of some very dedicated efforts by the IESBA project team, John and Elaine, and also the inputs and guidance, and also their very valuable time from all the working group members, David, Rania, Sadia, and Vanya. So I've taken the names in the alphabetical order, right? So no, not in any other manner. So, and also I must not forget to thank Deepa, who's been helping in this work. So what we'll do is we'll take you through the important developments in terms of our action plan, stakeholder engagement, and also the jurisdictional profiles, which we've been building over time. And it's a painstaking work, but we are getting a better handle on the profiles of the jurisdictions whom we have targeted in the first phase. So I will just hand over to John. Also, I should not forget to mention that Carla would provide update on the tax planning and related services, and Luigi has already covered IIMAG. So over to John for the further details.
Thank you very much, Amarjeet, and good afternoon, everyone. So we're just going to provide a bit of a summary on the action plan and some additional implementation materials that have been issued in this quarter. I won't spend too much time on this because it wasn't covered off in the agenda papers. I did want to reflect on a comment I think it was Gabriella made at the June board meeting and around the ANI, the work of the ANI is it's not just for the project team and that it's actually part of a number of other people within the IESBA and the staff, and what's actually happened in this quarter as well has been a really huge effort from a huge number of the board members, technical advisors as well, and Elaine will touch on that a little bit later as well, but just there has been a really broad and large amount of effort put into ANI over the quarter. So yeah, during this quarter, in terms of implementation materials, there was the summary of prohibitions in the IESA, which was issued, which was based on an original document based on the Part 4A prohibitions for audit engagements, but adapted for the provisions in the IESA. There was a document on highlighting the key differences between the provisions in the IESA and Part 4A. So this is primarily targeted at professional accountants and to highlight where there are any differences between the audit engagement requirements compared to those for sustainability assurance. We also issued a series of sustainability videos. So they've been called IESBA. There was ones on the sustainability and expert standards broadly. There was a brief case study for sustainability reporting and then another one on sustainability assurance. There was also IESBA staff Q&As for the expert standards and another one which was added to the action plan during the quarter and also issued during the quarter focused on the proportionality aspects of the IESA. Also, just to highlight in relation to these particular materials, in particular, huge effort from Sylvia, Elaine, also Cam and Joanna, and getting all these documents, and also the comms team, so Rui and the others on those IESBA explainer videos. So the other things that are on the action plan for Q4, there's what we're looking at doing now, IESBA staff case studies in relation to sustainability reporting and the revisions that were made to the code. Originally, we were looking at doing Q&As. However, we thought the main aspects and considerations were already covered in other documents, such as the basis for conclusions. And then we thought that it'd be more practical and relevant to apply these provisions to actual case studies for the stakeholders. That would be more beneficial in that sense. We're also looking at the developments. We've gone sort of through that process. We're in the drafting of a document specific for investors and the corporate governance community, which is sort of demonstrating the benefits and impacts of the IESA and the sustainability reporting revisions. And in fact, some of the feedback we received when we were dealing with the jurisdictional profiles from one of the stakeholders from Japan actually was asking for something very similar along these lines. And so this document we hope would sort of meet their requirements as well. So just moving on to stakeholder engagement. Again, don't need to spend too much time on this. We've continued to have engagements with IFAC, in particular on ANI. We have sort of regular meetings with them. We also have other meetings with IFAC and all of the the standard setting boards, which is specific to sustainability adoption and implementation. We've had discussions with IFAC around their plan for the next iteration of that state of play that they do for sustainability reporting and assurance. And incorporating some more in-depth aspects which relates to the IESBA and in terms of the IESBA code. We've had a number of targeted discussions with the IFAC regional managers on the priority jurisdictions, but I'll leave that for Elaine to cover later in the presentation. The one on Connect Africa, I'll just pause on that for a second. I'll come back to that. We've continued to have meetings with the three standard setting boards, so the IESBA, IEESB, and the IESSB. And in particular, one of that has been focused on some of their networks and partnerships and their capacity building side of things. And we've been sort of looking at that to a little bit further, and we're going to look into that more further this quarter and probably come back to the board at the December meeting on a potential other initiative that we want to take forward on those partnership aspects. International Accreditation Forum, actually Ken already addressed that in the previous session. There's been no change in the status from what we reported at the last board meeting. But yeah, just back to the IFAC Connect Africa, we were just going to ask Paul to provide a little bit of a report back as he was prominent during that IFAC Connect session. So I'll just pass it over to Paul.
Thanks so much, John. I think very much the IFAC Connect Africa was actually very engaged, great participation from across the continent. It was co-convened by IFAC, the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, and the Institute for Certified Public Accountants in Kenya. It really did bring together a very strong pool of panelists, both off-continent and on-continent, to look at really some level of clarity on the global assurance and ethics frameworks. And it served to really allow the local institute to clearly give its statements on its commitments and its targets around alignment with the global frameworks and, of course, the IESBA standards. I think we had a very good blend of attendees from regulators, professional accountants, investors, and policymakers. And there were constructive discussions in the first day, focusing very much on ISO 5000 and the overall global frameworks, and day two, touching more on really the regulatory developments and the networks getting deepened across the local institute, PAFA, and the regulatory attendees. There was also a standalone institute stakeholder convening, which allowed me to really channel the message from this board in terms of the outlook and next steps on the framework outlook and adoption. There's strong hope that the quality of the summit allowed for a bit of an accelerated progression for the national formal commitments on the timelines around ISO 5000 and the IESA adoption. And it really did serve as a very strong kind of practitioner and stakeholder engagement and awareness session to make sure we're all on the same page. And there was a great deal of energy and passion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'll just pass over to Elaine now for the next part.
Thank you, John. Oh, could we get the slides back, please? Thank you very much. So I would like to bring the board back to the overall strategic approach with the jurisdictional profiles that we had discussed in previous board meetings, and that need to have a thoughtful, tailored, and dynamic approach to addressing the nuances of each jurisdiction. As a reminder, the board concurred with 17 high priority jurisdictions that were selected based on size, adoption of sustainability reporting, and assurance readiness to adopt the IESBA sustainability and expert standards and other judgments from the board. Based on the comments from the prior board meeting, the working group also reviewed interest from a number of other jurisdictions, including several in Latin America, where Colombia was interested in adopting the IESA. We noted Peru's translating the IESA. Argentina is willing to adopt the IESA with some exceptions for no CLAR. Mexico is moving towards adoption. Some other countries of note for Turkey, where Turkey is an early adopter of ISSB S1 and S2 and is a G20 member. China's progressing on sustainability standards, and Canada has provinces in Ontario that were preparing for adoption. And the working group gave some serious considerations to some of these jurisdictions and decided, given some of the resource constraints and prior direction from the board, that we would wait to include additional jurisdictions until work on the first 17 jurisdictions have been advanced. And as always, the regulatory environment is evolving rapidly, so we do want to remain flexible and adapt and consider if there are any other additional jurisdictions that we may want to move to the top of the list, et cetera. So do know that we gave those ample consideration. As Amarjeet mentioned, some of this work on the profiles was a bit painstaking, but we did develop all of the draft profiles, and these profiles are quite comprehensive, including information on adoption details of the IESBA code based on some of the IFAC adoption map, information from IFAC regional managers, IESBA members, and technical advisors. It includes status of ISSB and other sustainability reporting frameworks, including leveraging the recently published ISSB jurisdictional profiles and snapshots. So we were, quite able to leverage a lot of that. Also, we provided information on assurance requirements under ISA 5000, or if they were using other sustainability assurance frameworks, and trying to also gather, to Amarjeet's earlier point, whether the jurisdiction in the earlier session might allow for professional accountants or both PAs and non-PAs to provide some of that sustainability assurance. And we also included information on progress and needs for support, ANI support, if any, that was needed for the IESBA sustainability and expert standards. And so those profiles were also developed through numerous meetings. We had 7 introductory meetings with IFAC regional managers and at least 10 other meetings with IFAC and/or board members and TAs on priority jurisdictions, including India, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, Nigeria, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. And that's just the actual virtual meetings or in-person meetings. Many emails were exchanged, and so more nobly, perhaps in some circumstances, we went and obtained further information from the local PAOs or the regulatory entities in a jurisdiction. So based on these initial evaluation of responses to the profiles, we, and Amarjeet will get into this a little further, we have proposed several categories for the board to consider of, jurisdictions that may need no specific outreach proposed at this time, outreach approach to be discussed further, or whether we may already be organizing additional outreach. So as he walks us through that, know that the proposed strategy from the ANI working group has been developed with much due diligence. However, as always, we will welcome your invaluable feedback. And I just want to touch very briefly to mention that the coordination with IFAC, IAASB, and ISSB has been and will remain an integral part of our approach. John and Paul touched on this, but I'll reiterate the importance of, for example, being able to leverage IFAC Connect events or present a unified approach with IAASB outreach activities. And we are meeting with them constantly. So we will discuss the timeline and approach for next steps, but for the jurisdictional profiles, we do intend to continue to refine and update information as it becomes available. And so the engagement with IESBA members, I just want to thank all of you for all of the input that we have received, will receive from members, technical advisors, as this has been essential to drafting these profiles. So as we move forward, we greatly value all of your insights, and your local knowledge will be essential in shaping outreach that is both sensitive to context and that will hopefully be truly effective. And with that, I'll pass it over to Amarjeet to provide some more details on specific jurisdictions.
Yeah, so before I get to that, just to reiterate, this jurisdictional profiles, I think they are turning out to be a very valuable, very useful tool for the group in terms of, improving our understanding of the state of play in various jurisdictions. Also, these profiles are, in some sense, it's not a static exercise. These are moving targets. The situation is changing very rapidly, and we need to be, it's a kind of work in progress all the time. Also, the group, Elaine already mentioned, we would like to thank the board members and the TAs for their help in developing these profiles. So now let me talk a little bit about, where we are in terms of these 17 jurisdictions which we had shortlisted as a first phase one of our work. Actually, the jurisdictional profiles, just to help you understand, they feed into working out the outreach strategies that we have for different jurisdictions, because we get the information from the profile and then we can have a strategy tailored to each jurisdiction. So in that sense, the previous slide actually feeds into this one. So based on our analysis so far, we put them in 3 buckets. So one is that given the progress that we've already achieved in Australia, New Zealand, UK, and France, no specific outreach is proposed at this stage, but we are open to suggestions. If the board members feel we need to do something in these jurisdictions, we can very well take that up. The second bucket is there are 8 jurisdictions, and there it is still work in progress in terms of what should be our outreach approach. And maybe I'll just give you a little flavor of each jurisdiction. For Italy, we are expecting response this month. We don't have the full details as of now. For Japan, JICPA has already established a sustainability capacity building council, and it has also published JICPA sustainability capacity building syllabus to enhance and guide capacity building. So Kenya, Paul has already covered. In Korea, again, we are in touch with the relevant stakeholders. IFEC staff are meeting with KICPA in September with a focus on SMO compliance, and also there is a 2026 World Congress in Korea. And there is a proposal that IESBA not to attend the initial meeting, but we will be updated on the outcomes. Nigeria, Obichukwu has had meetings with the relevant stakeholders there also, and I think she will be updating us separately. On Malaysia, we've reached out also to the Malaysian Securities Commission, and with the help of the authorities there, we have received, I think, just a few days back, we've received the verification of the profile. South Africa, again, I think there's good progress there. As Sadia has informed us that exposure drafts have been issued for ISA and experts in June. In Singapore, the sustainability assurance was originally required for, there's a bit of a setback here, I would say, for FY 2027 for listed issuers, which has been deferred to FY 2029 for listed issuers. So, but it is not off the table, so that is the good news. In India, of course, I have personally been in touch with the relevant stakeholders, and we are pushing to, in India, let me just give a little more flavor since I'm more conversant with the details. So in India, SEBI has prescribed mandatory sustainability disclosures for top 1,000 listed companies. So we want to have and also we prescribed mandatory assurance for top 150 companies. So it is in our interest to have the assurance and the ethical standards in the ecosystem for companies to implement the regulatory requirement. So ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, they are working on the exposure drafts. So we hope they will be released in the coming months. Brazil, again, with the help of Vanya, profile has been reviewed, and there is a proposal for organizing outreach during October. For Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, so I think Rania, David Clark, and Elaine, they're working together for outreaches in Riyadh in October. So that's, some flavor, but I would, any board member wishes to add, maybe I'll just request if you want to add any detail to what I mentioned, please feel free to do that. Otherwise, we could move on. So over to you, John.
Thanks again, Amarjeet. Just really briefly update on this. The IFAC had an exposure draft on the SMOs, so the membership obligations for revisions to SMOs 1 to 7. The IESBA did issue a response to the exposure draft on 1st of August, which was circulated to the board. Essentially, it was emphasising the importance of the IFAC's membership compliance program and the international standards adoption map, and also our shared commitment to promote and support global ANI of our standards and enhance the collaboration between IFAC and the ANI. There was also what we've found in a number of the jurisdictional profiles and the responses. We've found that there has been some differences between what is on the IFAC website and some of the profiles in terms of what the responses we've received back. So one of the other things that was raised in the exposure draft was around having timely and accurate information and the importance of that on the IFAC international adoption map. So we have organised a meeting with IFAC staff on, I think it's October 17th, to talk about this exposure draft and our response to that, and also to highlight some of those areas where we have indicated or seen that there might be some differences that need to be considered by IFAC in that regard. So we'll be raising a number of jurisdictions as part of that process during the middle of October. So just wanted to note that as well. So we'll move on now. We're actually going to go to Carla, who's online, and she'll provide a bit of an update on the tax planning standards and the ANI. So I'll pass it across to you, Carla.
Thank you, John. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. I'm pleased to present the latest development on the adoption on implementation of the tax planning and related services standards. So over the next few minutes, I'll highlight key milestones, outreach activities, our communication campaigns, and where we stand globally on adoption. So next slide, please. I can't see it on my screen. Thank you. So the standards became effective on 1 July 2025 this year, and since then, we've seen some momentum in adoption. And beyond adoption, we have also strengthened the monitoring and reporting process, making sure that we're capturing updates and spotlight jurisdictions that have adopted our standards. Next slide, please. Looking back to 2024, we had presentations and forums, including several sessions with the GPPC Head of Tax, Baker McKinsey Forum, the OECD ATO program, and not to mention various workshops. We also ran targeted webinars across Asia Pacific, the Americas, Europe, Africa, and contributed to the INTAC initiatives. In addition to that, we also met with regulators and professional bodies. We definitely also engaged at public events such as the ICAW Global Ethics Day and the CRO Global Conference. So at the conference panel on financial crime yesterday, the board would have remembered that panelists emphasized that financial crime is not siloed and it runs through entire economy. And accountants are often the first line of defense. And it is with that perspective that reinforces why outreach really matters. It really isn't about the technical standard itself. It is about being able to raise awareness, being able to communicate the standards so we're able to strengthen that first line of defense against risks that can undermine trust in the markets. So next slide, please. So this year we have deepened and diversified our outreach program. On the communication initiatives, we launched jurisdictional leaders feature in June, where they have adopted our standards, as well as a quiz campaign in July, and also a myth versus fact campaign in August. The myth versus fact campaign is where we identify 10 common myths about the tax planning standards, and we'd hope to develop clear and concise responses for our stakeholders to mitigate some of that perception of what the tax planning standard is about. So the goal is really to dispel any confusion and highlight practical implications, and also to encourage practitioners to see that standards are accessible and useful. And a highlight of the presentation of forums was the PAFA webinar in May, which drew about 400 participants across Africa. In terms of meetings, Ken and I had several meetings, and one of them was with the CFE Tax Advisors Europe. The Federation of CFE Tax Advisors Europe represent more than 200,000 tax advisors across about 26 countries. And the feedback that we had from them was really constructive. They did point out alignment with our standard with their 5-question framework, which focuses on economic substance, transparency with tax authorities, and compliance with tax laws. They did also highlight a key difference. Their framework puts client interest first, whereas our standard makes it explicit that public interest comes first. One of their board members was actually in attendance at our conference yesterday and conveyed their interest in having us present at their next annual meeting in April 2026. So for the first time, CFE Tax Advisors board member highlighted that we have IESBA have a global standard that says professional accountants must not jeopardize public interest or the profession's reputation in tax planning. In the same conjunction, in terms of outreaches, excuse me, in July, Ken and I updated the GBPC tax leaders through quarterly updates that we have with them that has been occurring since last year. So these calls are helping us track adoption across the firms and share intelligence that signal where we need to encourage further update. And lastly, I'd like to add that Obi has undertaken immense outreach in Nigeria, and she met with the chairman of Nigeria's presidential fiscal policy and tax reforms to encourage adoption of the IESBA tax planning standard in that jurisdiction. Finally, on public announcements, we issued staff FAQ in May, making the key information accessible and practical. So together, all these activities demonstrate not only adoption, but also implementation, support, and global momentum in adoption. Next slide, please. Our communication strategy is also playing out actively on social media, and LinkedIn has been central in amplifying all this outreach. Next slide, please. As an example, we've highlighted jurisdictional adoption, as I mentioned earlier, as they come into effect, and shared key messages from leaders and spotlighted professions' role in upholding the public interest. And these campaigns have extended our outreach well beyond the traditional technical audiences, making sure that our standards are accessible and visible. And the next slide, please. This is another example of the jurisdictional highlight, and these initiatives ties directly into our Smart IESBA framework, which the board will have further engagement on this smart framework at the Smart workshop tomorrow. Next slide, please. Now, this is a highlight of the status of jurisdiction adoption. So, for example, Australia adopted with some tailoring to local tax law. The example is our term credible basis in IESBA tax planning standard was replaced with reasonably arguable position, which is already embedded in the tax legislation. Other jurisdictions that have adopted our standards are Hong Kong, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, and South Africa. And in the UK, for example, ICAW and other PAOs are coordinating among themselves to revise the PCART document, and efforts are underway to map similarities and differences with our standard. So that concludes, in a nutshell, the adoption implementation initiatives and plan that we've been working internally as well as with other with our jurisdictional partners and PAOs. I'll pause here to see if the board members have any feedback on the update I've just provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Amarjit, John, is it time to pause and receive comments, or do you still
just
want?
one more slide
Okay.
and then we're
Okay.
done.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this is the last. Sorry. Yeah, this is the last slide. Just to give you a sense of the way forward. A lot of this work is actually of continuous nature. For example, analysis of responses to the draft jurisdictional profiles is an ongoing activity. The insights that we are gathering as a part of profile building, it would help us to prioritize within the list of jurisdictions. Like within 17 also, we are able to prioritize where to go first, where to go later. Similarly, we also plan to identify and prioritize additional jurisdictions for the next phase, and also develop. As I said in the beginning, these profiles are helping us develop very customized, very focused approach vis-a-vis stakeholders in each jurisdiction. I would just like to talk a little bit about the second last bullet on this slide, this developing collaborative partnerships. I think this is very important, and we want to work on this in the coming weeks and months. Especially, given our resource constraints, it's important that we collaborate and develop partnerships. And we've actually taken the inspiration from IESBA. So IESBA has 50 jurisdictions worldwide. And we actually talked about this in one of our calls with them, and we thought it would be very useful if we can take this up. In the last working group meeting, our A&I working group meeting, this was discussed, and David very helpfully suggested that maybe 50, maybe too big a number, too ambitious. To begin with, we could look at 20 potential partnerships and see, how we can take our agenda further through those partnerships. The idea is that, we can identify and nurture local champions where we are not there. And our board member is also not there. I mean, not from that jurisdiction. It would probably help a lot. Lastly, of course, we will continue our existing and additional planned outreach. I'll just, before I conclude, I'll just ask my fellow working group members if they want to say anything, pitch in any. Okay, so then let me just end with that. Just it's a long journey. I mean, I can just summarize if I can do it in a philosophical sense. The famous Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So I would say this group has taken a solid single step, and of course, it's a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Amarjit. I just disagree that it's only one step, because I think that you have made a lot of steps already. It's not yet 1,000 miles, but a few considerable miles have already been made. So thank you for that. First thing, I'd like to draw the attention of this board to the massive work done by this working group in the many areas that you have seen, but all this work with developing the jurisdictional profile, only that alone represents an incredible amount of work. So I think that we should recognize the group, the working group and the staff for everything that has been done in this respect with a very significant usefulness for us. Usefulness in the sense that it provides us with information which is fundamental for us to understand how to move with respect to standard setting, outreach, and etc. And fundamental because it provides our stakeholders a sense of responsiveness, a sense of maturity, etc. in the way we do the work and the basis that we find and build for the work. So thank you for this. So this presentation covered a lot, all the work done by the ANI group on sustainability, jurisdictional profiles, prioritization, etc., plus the IMAG that we discussed this morning. Something different, which was the response to IFAC on the CMO, SMO, sorry, public consultation, which wasn't, I must say, an easy letter to draft. It had some versions. We were a little bit back and forth about how to put it in a constructive, but at the same time clear way. So it wasn't, well, the result doesn't speak about the effort that it involved. And of course, the part on tax planning that this board had commissioned to this group, and it is moving as well. So thank you very much for this massive and very important amount of work. Now, the request from the working group is very clear, is for this board to share views about the approach and activities developed by the working group so far, but also if you have questions or comments or suggestions with respect to the way forward. With respect to this second topic, even if you know that I'm always very ambitious and that I think that we must be ambitious, otherwise we won't move forward and we won't grow. Be careful about any comments or suggestions which will possibly take this working group beyond what is possible. I'm not saying that you should not make suggestions, please do, but always having in mind that this group is probably very close to the limit of their capacity, so we need to be also careful about not asking for the impossible. And the floor is open for comments, questions, suggestions. Anna, please.
Very much supportive of what the group has done, and I think it's important to get a good handle on the profiles of the various jurisdictions, because then, like the IESSB sort of says, we are now covered, 70% of the GDP or whatever the number is. It's important for us to also have data to know, how many jurisdictions have adopted it, and, what sort of economy does it cover in the world. Just a comment, because you might have not been aware of it, in respect of where you had New Zealand no action. Actually, I'm going to be involved with a webinar they are doing on the 1st of October. So New Zealand have issued the exposure drafts, and they are having a webinar to talk about 5,000 and the IESBA for New Zealand practitioners, and they have invited me to be part of their webinar.
Thank you very much for letting us know. Chana, any other comments? Well, I think that you have done wonderfully, because nobody has questions or comments or suggestions. Maybe I was too bold on asking the board not to make too many suggestions, but I think, you got it very right. Even with the moving forward with the additional jurisdictions, the way you are prioritizing the jurisdictions and the proposals that you are making here for the jurisdictions where we should by now, for now, not do anything else in terms of outreach, and the others well, we should do something. I don't have any comment as well, which is very rare in this area. So I think he did great. Hopefully this will move forward in the right direction, and we will be able to collect information that we need to develop the jurisdictional profiles and the prioritization. Amajit?
No, just one request to board members. We might trouble them again when we are developing the local partnership piece. So we might need help, and we'll reach out as and when required. Yeah.
Okay. Some of the board members and staff will be in some places over the next 2 or 3 months. So I think this may help as well. I will be in Tokyo first with the help of Tomoyo and Masahiro. They are setting up some meetings with stakeholders. Brazil for pre-COP 30 with John, and Rania will be in Saudi Arabia for some IFAC thing, and also Mexico City. So this is exactly the places where we agreed that we need to focus more. So it's right. It's timely. Elaine?
I just wanted to make one comment that I think because we have been spending so much time with the board and the TAs and the development of the profiles, that I'm very, thankful and pleased that, because they probably know what the status is, what the thoughts are on their jurisdictions, that, we'll continue to take that approach moving forward. And so, I just wanted to say that might be why we didn't receive a number of comments on them. So that's very good to know. So thank you once again for all of your input and efforts.
Thank you very much, Elaine, for that comment. Amajit, anything else on your side?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, you all involved in this work. This is a collective effort, and I'm again very, very happy that at some point we made this decision to create this group in a very shy way, not knowing exactly what we wanted or what we could do in this respect. And suddenly, I think it's a good example of how we can and must innovate to do things in a slightly different way, but responding to the challenges of our time and of the way we are developing the work, and etc. So thank you and congratulations. Well, we are supposed to break now, and I think I will follow the plan, because we still have a conversation on technology this afternoon, unless there is a strong desire to continue and stop earlier. And for me, it's fine. I would suggest that we break now and then resume and come back for the conversation on technology. Maybe we can reduce the break a little bit because we are just coming back from lunch. I think that Ken will suggest that we continue. I can read your face.
Yes and no. I think it really depends on the availability of the guest speakers, because we have some presenters. So I suppose the board could make a start if Jean or David have some early comments before we move into the guest presentations. I don't know if Jean is around, but maybe.
The external presenters will be here at 3:30, and John and David said they're okay to start earlier if okay. Yeah. Oh, I mean, as in that John and David can start earlier, but the external presenters will be here at 3:30. Yeah, they can make us start first, right?
Right. So in that case, we will break because the external presenter will be available only at 3:30, and we would force David and Jean to be speaking with us for 40 minutes. And of course, we always have some conversations to hold, but it's better to break now for 20 minutes.
If that's okay with the board, 20 minutes.
Yep. Okay. We'll be back at 3:15. Okay.
So we should be able to see the. Yeah. Hello, Astu. Can you hear me? Yeah, that'd be clutch.
Maybe let me add you to the one that's fired up.
That's what that's a shame this camera's so crooked.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to fix it, but I know. It's not ideal because they're not going to be able to see us and they just see a little tiny room, but we're going to make lemonade.
Megan appreciates the flexibility. I was talking to her, she don't have that.
Yeah, no, that is a big project that she's supporting, and I get it.
I don't mentioning there's going to be a night theme to the catalog, or are we just keeping it to the
Well, we just talked, we are not going to bring up their issues like Ramadan. If there's someone asking about it, we just talk about it.
I'm going to lose a lot of weight. This is horrible. It just this angle shows me how much I absolutely got to jump on that. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna go on Do Not Disturb because I can't track the chat. Right?
Hello, chaps. Can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Astu. How are you?
Oh, my volume is down. Hold on a second.
I can hear you. I can see you.
Angelo, you only come when I'm not there, huh? I'm kidding.
How are things?
Okay, we're gonna, actually, would you mind testing from your end to make sure they can hear?
Okay.
And then, bear with me a second. We're just gonna have the AV guys put on the mics, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
Whenever they are, it's like, she's in the house.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Good.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Awesome.
Yes. Hi, Angelo.
Hi. Hi, John.
Great. We're almost about to start, so we can see
Okay.
you. So see you in a bit.
Quick question. Quick question for you.
Yes. Yes.
Quick question. Are we going to be able to see the progression of the slides on our screen?
I believe so.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see the room. Okay, that's perfect.
Can you see the slides?
Yes.
I see the slides now. That's perfect.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Astu, you're not in Lisbon right now? Probably better not to chit chat.
Okay, thank you for being back, and apologies for the slight delay. We had agreed to meet a little bit earlier, but for the presentation of the technology working group, the technology wasn't ready. So it took a little bit longer to get settled for this conversation. So the technology working group will present on the developments since the last meeting, and we will also have some external presenters from IESB, but not only, updating us on a few things which are important to this group. I'm going to save my comments to after the presentations when I don't know what's happening. There's some echo, but I don't need to say that this is a growingly important topic about which everyone wants to speak. The IESBA, I'm sure, has a lot of things to do in this respect. We issued standards relatively recently, did a lot of non-authoritative material, thought leadership pieces, and etc. And the time is now for us to think about what we have, the very good materials we have, the very good work that we have done, and see what can we do with this. I can tell you just that in mid-August, I was in Copenhagen for the meeting of the Nordic Federation of Accountants, and the topic that they asked me to speak about was technology. So it was a good opportunity to do, for me, a deep dive on the work that we have already done. I asked Jean to give me a list of the materials and things, initiatives that we have done, and that we have prepared, and etc. And it's impressive. The question is, what can we do more with these materials, not necessarily developing new standards or new materials or whatever, but we have a significant amount of work done that we need to use effectively. So thank you very much, David, Jean, for the work and in anticipation of your presentation, and I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you, Gabriella, and good afternoon, everyone, again. So as Gabriella said, there's a lot happening in technology and in AI, and we do have two external presentations, one of the IESBA, our fellow colleagues, and I'll introduce them shortly. You can see them on the screen, waiting anticipation. And then we also have a presentation from the UK FRC to provide us an update on two publications that they've done. But before that, I think Hector would definitely shoot me if I don't raise this thing that a LinkedIn post that I saw about 2 days ago, and he showed me during the conference as well. So I don't know if you're aware that Albania was actually the first country that appointed an AI minister. So it's not a minister for AI, but it's actually she's made of code and pixels. Her name is Dila, which means sunshine in Albania. And she's responsible for the public procurement with a vision where public tenders are 100% incorruptible, and where every public fund that goes through the tender procedure is 100% legal, and there's no corruption or interference. So I thought it's just very interesting to share where we're going, or where the world is going with artificial intelligence. She's not new. She has been introduced to the citizens already, so they've been acquainted with her. But this is the next step of the way that this country is going. There's also a lot of kind of different views around this AI minister, where can she be hacked, for example, or how can she be maybe manipulated? But it's just showing that AI is moving into new spaces. So with that, I actually want to introduce my IESB fellow colleagues. We have Angelo, Kevin, and Ida in the room. Thank you so much, guys, for presenting today. I'm going to leave it over to you to do proper introductions and take you through your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, and hello, everybody. It's a pity that we couldn't be with you in lovely Lisbon. I love Lisbon. First of all, is any chance, Jean, that you can let me know whether it's coming through loud and clear?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so with that, I just want to thank you very, very much for the opportunity to engage with the Ethics Board, to tell you a little bit about the IESB's technology initiatives. For those that I haven't met yet, my name is Angelo Giardina. I lead the staff team that supports the board's technology initiatives. And I'm here with my esteemed colleagues on the team. I've got Kevin here. Kevin is Kevin Reinhardt. He's a staff fellow on loan to the IEESB from PwC. And he's been really instrumental in helping us advance the IEESB's technology initiative. So a big, big thank you to Kevin. And I've got Ida Dia that's here with me as well. Ida just joined the team recently, but she's already making outsized kind of contributions. She has a deep experience coming from Deloitte Global, where she was participating in quality inspections. So she's been a great addition to this team. All right, really quickly, just to tell you a little bit, we don't have a lot of prepared remarks. We try to keep it brief because we want to have a conversation with you. We have about 15 minutes of prepared remarks, and hopefully that gives us a little bit of time to engage with you. Kevin's going to walk you through the technology position that the board endorsed last September. And Ida's going to tell you a little bit about the catalog of issues, of technology-related issues and possible actions that are really the board's central repository of all technology-related issues. She's going to tell you a little bit more about that. And I'll come in at the end and tell you a little bit more about our technology QM work stream. And with that, Kevin, to you.
Sure. Thank you for that introduction, Angelo. If we could progress the slide to slide 2, please. But hello to the board. Pleased to be here presenting today. So to begin with where the initiative came from, as part of the IEESB's strategy and work plan for 2024 to 2027, the board launched an initiative to establish a technology position. The purpose of this was straightforward and timely, and that was to step back and ask whether our current approach to technology is still appropriate given how quickly emerging technologies are changing the audit and assurance landscape. When this initiative began, we were met with real enthusiasm from our stakeholders, spanning from practitioners to regulators to standard setters and so forth, who were very eager to discuss with us how emerging technologies were intersecting with audit and assurance. You could please move to the next slide. So stemming out of this strategy and work plan initiative, a year ago at last September's meeting, the board endorsed a strategic shift. What the board did was move away from what some observers described as being a technology agnostic position to a more proactive approach in addressing technology in the board's activities. So what you see on the slide here is a framework that came out of that shift and was cleared by the board 1 year ago in September. This framework set out how the board was going to tackle and address technology, and it includes 3 components. Component 1 was the technology position statement. Here is where the board committed to actively facilitating and, when appropriate, encouraging the appropriate use of technology in engagements and systems of quality management. This commitment acted as our North Star and continues to do so, and it included 8 guiding actions. I won't go through all of those, but just to highlight a few and give you a sense of what these guiding actions are. One is removing barriers from the standards and guidance to using technology, whether those barriers were real or perceived barriers by the market. We were striving to strike the right balance in how we talk about technology, specifically balancing the risks as well as the opportunities that come with this technology. And lastly, I think a relevant one for the audience today, a guiding action was aligning the principles of ethics and ethical requirements with what the board was undertaking. The second component in the top right of the graphic you'll see is operationalizing the technology position statement. This component was all about acting on the board's commitment. We had the position statement, which was our North Star, a very strategic document and position. Now this was about actually putting it into play. So the first step in doing this was developing a catalog of issues and possible actions. I won't go further into that as Ida is going to speak to that momentarily, but that was our component too and is continuing to be developed. And then lastly, at the bottom, the feedback loop, the feedback mechanism we have, which is component 3, monitoring emerging technologies. This is how we are striving to monitor what's happening now, as well as what's coming in the future. We're doing this through semi-annual updates with the board, of which we've just provided our first one to the board yesterday in our session here in New York. So where does this monitoring come from? A large part of this comes from a reference group that we've developed, which is made up of 6 jurisdictional standard setters. It's a global group, and they inform a large part of our monitoring activities and help us understand what standard setters are seeing around the world. We also have our technology consultation group, which is made up of board members, TAs, and others in the technology and assurance landscape that are not a part of the IAASB's activities directly. Beyond that, we have targeted outreach, our SAC meetings, and really other touch points with stakeholders that we try to keep as broad as possible to make sure we're getting a wide view of perspectives. And finally, I just want to highlight on this monitoring front as well, we really look to be closely aligned with IESBA's activities. We're in regular discussions with Jean here. We shadow and observe the technology experts group and technology working group meetings on a quarterly basis, and Jean does the same for the reference groups that I mentioned. So we believe we have a strong relationship with IESBA and strong coordination on this front, but something that's always top of mind for us. So with that, I think we can move to the next slide, and I will hand it over to Ida to talk more about the catalog.
Thanks, Kelvin. Hi, everyone. I'm Ida, Senior Manager from the IAASB. Let's talk about catalog. You just heard from Kelvin, IAASB create this catalog to operationalize the technology position statements. The catalog serves as the cross-functional repository of tech issues. We published the version 1.0 in May. With that, the IAASB can take a consistent, holistic approach on tech rather than dealing with the issue in isolations. The catalog is a living document. We will update it every 6 months to cover issues that we heard from stakeholder outreach, comment letters, and the IAASB's own deliberations. The next update will be in this October. In the last quarter, there are significant progress on the actions described in number 3, quality management, and number 6, performing tech-enabled procedures. Quality management is focused on how firms and practitioners manage quality, including how engagement partner and team ensure the appropriate use of emerging tech in their engagement. My colleague, Angelo, will talk more about quality management work stream in a second. Next, I will touch on tech-enabled procedures. This focuses on auditors' actual use of tech in engagement. Issue number 6 board looks specifically at challenges around the interpretability and explainability of AI tools, including generative AI. It raises questions like, can the auditors rely on the AI-generated outputs? Right now, IAASB's Audit Risk and Response project is developing response to these issues. I'm happy to take questions about catalog during the Q&A sessions. With that, I will like to hand it over to Angelo. He will speak more about our QM for you.
Thank you, Ida. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. All right, I'm going to keep this brief because I am cognizant of the fact that we don't have a lot of time and we do want to get to the Q&A and engage with you a little bit. But I do want to highlight a couple of things about this work stream that I think might be useful to the discussion. So, as you may know, we launched this work stream just last quarter. We launched it officially with our board. And what is the work stream? The work stream is intending to understand how our quality management standards, ISQM1, ISO 220, apply to emerging tech, including artificial intelligence. Emerging tech, especially artificial intelligence, are changing the ways, of course, as you know, we create, assure, and rely on information. These tools are incredibly important and useful, and they create huge opportunities for our profession. But they also bring real challenges, and in terms of how to manage the quality of these tools. So, of course, at the IESB, we recognize that we haven't done a post-implementation review yet on these standards. As many of you know, they were issued just a few years ago. However, there is some early evidence that is starting to suggest that, including incidentally, a report from the FRC's FRC, I think you're going to be hearing from Ramana pretty soon. They issued a thematic review report. So what does this early evidence suggest to us? Not just that report, but other things that we're hearing in our outreach. We're hearing that our quality management standards seem to be working very, very well insofar as managing the quality of deterministic, rules-based, more traditional technologies. But there appears to be some challenges in applying these same principles to emerging tech. And when I say emerging tech, you might be asking, what is he talking about? I'm talking about things like where there are three characteristics that we're particularly focused on. It's technologies that are opaque. So Gen AI is an example of that. It's got black box characteristics to it. It's non-deterministic. You get different outputs based on the same inputs. Even if you ask the same, if you prompt the system in rapid succession. And then you've got these tools that are adapting spontaneously without human intervention. Now, these characteristics don't inherently conflict with our standards, but they do create novel risks that perhaps are not sufficiently contemplated in our standards. And we think that fresh thinking and potentially novel approaches to quality management and an elaboration of some of the principles that we already have in our standards might be in order. So certainly the board believes that, just to kind of like bring this back to it, the core message for us, the board believes that assurance service professionals cannot afford not to adopt these technologies. So we think that bringing clarity to how to manage these tools could spur rather than hinder innovation. That is the fundamental premise that's baked into our technology position. So we're holding a series of roundtables, as you can see on your screen. The board is going to then make a determination in December what the output of this project will be. Our working hypothesis, the hypothesis is kind of like that's helping us guide our actions for the time being, is that non-authoritative materials may be a more nimble and effective way of communicating with our stakeholders, particularly in this rapidly moving technological kind of landscape. Nevertheless, we are committed to having this be an evidence-based information gathering exercise, and we will follow the evidence where it leads us. And we are going to come back to the board, and the board is going to make a determination on what the outputs will actually be in December. So with that, Jean, Gabriella, I'll turn it back to you. Those are the ends of our remarks. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Angelo and IESB team for the presentation. I will now open the floor to the board to see if anyone has questions for you. David, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. And thank you very much, Angelo and team. That's a fantastic update. I wonder if you could furnish the board with a bit more information about that thematic kind of 1 through 8 and where you derived that from. I think you kind of glossed over the amount of hard work that was involved in that. But the data sources and data points for that would be probably quite interesting for the board to hear.
Maybe, can I pick this up really quick? So the question is David, nice to hear from you. I can't see you at the moment, but I've heard you well. The catalog was, in fact, an accumulation of the body of feedback we had received on a bunch of different projects. And in our outreach, it's those thematic areas in our catalog are really representing all of this collective feedback that we've received. The idea with the catalog is really to put everything in one spot. We had all of this feedback for the 500 project, for other projects 315, and we thought we needed the board to have a bird's eye view over all of these issues such that it can address it in a coherent, kind of holistic way in order to be able to properly deploy its limited capacity. So that was the idea. And so it's coming a lot from comments we heard in comment letters, but also through our stakeholder outreach. And it continues to get updated, David, based on ongoing outreach, and it's including some of the coordination activities that we have with our reference groups, including the Technology Advisory Network.
Thank you, Angelo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we have one question from Nancy Miller. Nancy, please.
Great times is a charm. Old technology. Thank you very much for the presentation. One of the things it always strikes me with generative AI and these emerging technologies is the speed at which this is developing. And so, we have these series of roundtables that you're doing. So my questions are really about how nimble you can truly be in this environment. I think about a year ago, we were having conversations in my firm about, well, humans always going to be in the loop, and we're going to have validation, et cetera, and these enablement tools. And now we're talking about, we've got to figure out ways where the human's not in the loop, and what is agentic AI going to mean going forward, where you basically are using AI in the function of employees. And so just a couple of sort of questions is, are you planning on sort of continuous outreach in order to continue to get what that current state is? Because I think what it is today and what it might be 3 months from now is looking totally different. And then I think, and I've spent a lot of my career on various standard setting boards, and we are historically not nimble organizations. Is even getting NAM out takes a while. Have you thought about what techniques you have at your disposal to get things out much more rapidly than, say, traditional approaches? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I think that's a critically important question, and it's actually goes to even something more fundamental. It's around our processes, how we've been traditionally doing things, and perhaps that's going to require a revisit as well. So you're right. Our idea with NAM for the time being is that it is a more nimble approach. But to your point, I think there still is a lead time involved. And we are going to, I think what we're looking to do here, Nancy, is we want to solicit feedback on exactly what our stakeholders, what they perceive our role ought to be in this fast evolving landscape. And we think we've got the ability to provide some really timely and relevant kind of guidance out there, but your point around this is evolving very, very quickly is well taken. I think that's going to require some deep thinking from our board to understand whether our processes need to change in some fundamental ways to accommodate or to produce things a little bit more quickly, particularly in this space.
Thank you. Angelo, Janine, do you want to make a question? Please do.
Your presentation and explaining your way forward with this. My question is around where you're focusing on, particularly when you talk about the IceQM1, because in IceQM1 there is, of course, the objective around all resources, including technical resources. And I assume that is the main focus, but there's also about ethics, one objective in IceQM1. Do you also include the ethical aspect around the ethical requirements part around these emerging, evolving technologies? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that question. Great question. In the QM space, what we're looking at and what we're currently focused on is some of the underlying application material and concepts that are out there with, I'll say, technology that predated the current generative AI space. The models that are deterministic, where there is an input, there is a process, there's an output. And firms and practitioners, we have seen very strong fundamentals in terms of being able to approve those tools for use, and being able to put those into play and audit approved and assurance approved for teams to use. The issue that we're seeing now is with, and I'll use generative AI as the hot tool, but it's not limited to just that. You get into agentic and so forth as well, is that fundamental step process of inputs, process, outputs is far more challenging and potentially impractical to apply, right? So what are the overarching governance principles that need to be considered when you're thinking about the inputs that go into a tool that may be drawing on all of the information that's out there on the internet, right? How do you do that? You can't assess those inputs. So that needs to be thought about a bit differently. The same thing with that process. When you have these opaque models, it's far more difficult to be able to understand how they are deriving that answer. So what we're looking at is we have the fundamental principles in ISQM1 that the firm needs to be able to approve and manage appropriate resources here. But we want to branch off of that now. And how do you think about that in terms of these emerging technologies that may not fit into a nice box that others in the past have?
And maybe what I'll add to that, and hello, Janine, it's nice to see you. You know, the way I see quality management is certainly, you know, there's also the ethical dimension is also critical, right? It's flip sides of the same coin. When you think about some of these things, that what's the explainability of a tool? You know, we're thinking about it in terms of on the assurance side, we're thinking about it, what's the value of the output? But also you have to think about it in terms of what's the ethical dimension to relying on a tool that you can't really understand how it's generating its output. So definitely we're going to have to work very closely with our sister board here on the ethics side, because I think these dimensions are very, very connected. And I think you need solutions that kind of that speak to ethics as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Angela. Sorry. Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Angelo, Kevin, and Ida, for this very informative presentation. I just wanted to go back to the outline of the catalog that you spoke about on slide 4, and I just had, suppose, a few questions around the how you came around to putting the catalog together, and particularly around the themes that you've identified in terms of how you're going to be, I suppose, compartmentalizing some of the issues you would be identifying and so forth. My first question is, what precisely is being envisaged under the second sort of grouping, which addresses the matter of the conceptual framework? What is it that your board has in mind under that heading? That's my first question. The second question is how you and your team, Angelo, went about identifying the different headings, the groupings, and related to that, whether you already are starting to identify issues that you're starting to categorize under those groupings, and whether there are already indications as to certain concentrations around the issues that you're identifying from your engagement with your experts group or stakeholders you're engaging with. And thirdly, what is the expectation either from your team or from your board's perspective in terms of a response from a standard setting perspective, more in the light of the fact that technology is moving at speed, especially when talking about AI, and recognizing that standard setting is not exactly a high-speed exercise. So what is your expectation in terms of keeping up, in other words, with the developments that are happening at speed and that are taking place before our very own eyes? And how do you see the approach to the audit and the audit process evolving to keep up with what's happening out there?
Ken, I'm going to pick this up because this, I was actually going to turn this to Ida, but this happened just before Ida joined, so it's perhaps I should jump in on this. Thank you for your questions. There's quite a few questions there. Good, excellent questions. I'm negligent. I've been negligent. I had to run to this room, so I don't have a notepad, so I haven't been able to list them out. So you'll remind me if I miss anything, please. So fundamentally, in terms of the themes that we identified, we wanted to capture the range of all the way from quality management, all the way potentially now to reporting. There's a new issue that's been added to our catalog that the board just ratified yesterday, and on the reporting side. Now, that doesn't mean that there will be a new reporting requirement per se, but it gives the board something to monitor, whether there's whether there's a groundswell for potentially where let's say stakeholders are wanting more information in the auditor's report about the use of technology. Now, again, this does not mean that the board is prepared to write a requirement here, but it's something that the board is monitoring. So really, your question around how did we identify these themes? We went through and we picked up all of these issues that we were identifying in our feedback. Something around, so for 500, people were saying, we don't understand, or even for 330, and we don't understand this categorization issue. Is this a risk assessment procedure? Is it this? So we pull that issue, we pull this issue, we pull that issue. And then we looked at all of these issues that we thought, and we said, surely a lot of these can be bucketed. And then we bucketed according to these themes that we've got in our catalog. The interesting one on the conceptual framework, which you picked up on conceptual framework number 2, the reason why that's there, and the board is aware of this, is because we have to be thinking more broadly than grabbing the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. Some of the challenges that we're hearing fundamentally call into question the very foundations of audit, the underpinnings of our auditing standards. And the board needs to be aware that these are things that potentially could come upon them so that they're not caught flat-footed in the future. I'll give you an example. Continuous audit has been something that everybody's been talking about forever. Maybe, I think the earliest references were like 30 years ago. We've been talking about continuous audit. But now we've got it's certainly becoming more possible with the technologies that we have, with the interfaces that we have with our client systems, to produce something that is more of a continuous audit type of arrangement. So does that mean that the board is gonna create a standard on continuous auditing? No, but that fundamentally challenges this idea where the auditors come in at the end of the year and they produce an opinion at a certain point in time. Perhaps the demand is going to be for something more continuous going into the future. So we needed a theme to capture that the audit is fundamentally changing, and we need something to capture where we put the board's attention on this broader understanding of our conceptual framework and where maybe that may need to change. I'll go back to you, Ken, and see if I've sufficiently addressed some of your questions at least, and if there's anything else I could pick up on.
No, that's been very helpful, Angela, and certainly your explanations around what exactly is you have in mind, or what exactly is behind the board headline of conceptual framework. That is clear. Wondered if you could just touch on, I suppose, my third question in terms of the expectations of the timing of any potential responses from a standard setting perspective. Might there, for example, be rapid responses, narrowly focused adjustments or amendments to the standards to address perhaps some clearly defined matters that come up, or fundamentally, could there be a need to revisit at speed perhaps certain approaches or certain aspects of the audit process?
No, that is a really wonderful and important question. The board certainly recognizes that our standard, we cannot appear to be reactive, right? Where we're reacting to all the next trends. That's going to, our standards are, as the board needs to be viewed as this trustworthy ship that's sailing through a tempest and it's not easily, you know, derailed by all this, by, you know, the weather of the day, so to speak. Having said that, the board certainly recognizes that we're in a period of rapid evolution and rapid change, and maybe that might necessitate perhaps more nimble types of communication with our stakeholders through NAM, for example. Where there is a need for a targeted revision, the board is certainly prepared to engage with that. But I think the idea right now is that, and you know, within the context of technology, we're in a rapidly changing environment. Certainly, we don't want to be writing standards that are outdated or obsolete by the time the ink dries on those standards. So the board has all of that in mind, and right now it's the approach that we have here on quality management, at least, but I expect that this might generalize to other areas as well, is to have a NAM approach. And then if there's enough of a groundswell by our stakeholders, that might lead to targeted revisions or standard setting, or more generalized standard setting. Hopefully that was somewhat helpful. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Angela. I think that's very helpful. David, I saw your 10th card, but...
Yeah, I actually withdrew my question, Angelo. You kind of answered it when you were addressing Ken's question. But maybe just to put it on the record, you guys have been joining us now in our TEG and our TWG for over a year now. And of course, you'll have heard some feedback from our technology experts group in and around performance standards in respect to some of these technologies. And I think you're not ruling that out in the future, right? So I think I got the gist. You were answering in Ken's point, right? So the blockchains of the world and the AIs of the world at client side, and what do you do with these, you know, in the performance of an audit, right? But anyway, the question is withdrawn, so it's more of a statement now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the input you've done and you've given us over the year, and I think more than a year actually, the three of you. So thank you to Kevin, Ida, and also Angelo. I think we can let them get back to their important meetings.
Okay. If there is no other question, Angelo and IESBA team, thank you very much and congratulations for the huge amount of work you have already done and for the promising project you were presenting on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriela.
Now, we will now move to the next presentation. And I will kindly ask David Clark to introduce, well, you have already somehow mentioned, but we have the presenter in front of us. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. And we're really excited to have Romana McConnon join us from the Financial Reporting Council, who is actually joining us on holiday. So he's giving us some of his time from Greece, I understand it. Romana, just for everyone's knowledge, is part of our technology experts group, has been for some time now, is a key contributor in that group. And so we look forward to hearing a little bit more about the FRC's guidance on AI in audit and their thematic review from the 6 largest firms, which was issued in June 2025 and brought to our attention by our chair, Gabriela, in the summer. So, yeah, thanks very much in advance for both this and your continued TEG input.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here today. Hopefully, you'll find something of interest or informative for my presentation, and hopefully I'll leave some time for questions too, so we can have a bit more of a conversation. I'll just share my screen. I've got a few slides. So hopefully you can all see the presentation. Please shout if you can't. So yeah, my name.
We can.
Oh, you can't. Okay, that's unfortunate.
We can. Sorry.
Oh, you can. Oh, sorry. I've just cancelled it. I'll try again. Bear with me one moment. Great. So yes, my name is Romana McConnon. I'm Head of Assurance Technology at the Financial Reporting Council in the UK. I sit within the Audit and Assurance Policy team in the FRC, which is the team responsible for standards and guidance and other sort of policy issues in audit. And yeah, as was mentioned just now, earlier this summer, we released a piece of guidance on AI in the audit, and some colleagues in our supervision division also released a thematic review into certification of automated tools and techniques, broadly speaking, technology in the audit. So today I'll give an overview of both of those publications, and then hopefully of interest to this audience, I'll discuss some of the topics that we cover in those reports that are we think relevant to ethics and independence principles and topics. And I've organized those, as you can see here, based on some of the fundamental principles. But I'll come on to that shortly. For now, I'll just give a summary of both documents. So AI in the audit guidance, it's a bit of a grandiose title because in actual fact, it's quite a narrowly focused document. It's not intended to be a sort of overarching summary of all the ways that AI could or should be used in an audit. We've focused on a few key issues, and we identified those issues in two main ways. Partly it's through conversation with our colleagues in our inspection divisions, where they see AI increasingly being used on live audits. Still not widespread, I would say, but it is being used. We are seeing it, and there's some sort of lessons or areas we want to flag coming off the back of that. The other main area or route by which we sort of identify issues is through our technology working group, which consists of representatives from the 8 largest firms in the UK. And I would say they're very constructive and open, and really a helpful resource for us in sort of understanding what's going on at the cutting edge, what are the issues they're facing, challenges where they see need for, or where they see room for us to add value by issuing guidance. And that can be a really helpful route by which we can identify potential areas of divergence and things like that that we can get ahead of. So through those two forums, we identified a range of issues, and we put out this guidance to hopefully address them or clarify our expectations in relation to some of them. The guidance really is a two-parter. That each bit is quite standalone, I would say. So we have an illustrative example which shows one way in which AI could be used on an audit, namely in sort of ISO 240 procedures to identify potentially fraudulent transactions. That's an area where technology and data analytics has been used for quite a number of years now. So we thought it'd be quite a familiar setting to show how that could be enhanced by AI rather than more traditional technology or data analytics tools. But we have tried to articulate and explore some themes and principles that are not specific to that use case, but are quite widely applicable. Things like what an appropriate level of explainability might be, or how the collaboration between teams developing the tool and the methodology to go around the tool, what that might look like. And we think those can read across to plenty of different examples which go beyond the fraudulent transaction identification use case. So hopefully it can be a bit more versatile than it might first appear. The example itself covers, in the context of a sort of
Rolana, sorry, did you mean to be moving the slides at all? We're still seeing the first.
Oh, that's strange. Yes, I have moved on.
Thank you.
Okay, we use Teams internally, so I'm not too familiar with Zoom. But let me try to. If instead of sharing it as a slideshow, maybe I'll just move it manually. So I had this slide. Hopefully you can see now. Introduction agenda. I've discussed that, and I've moved on to this slide, which hopefully you can see has illustrative example and documentation guidance on it. I've pretty much summarized what was in the illustrative example section. I was just saying just now that the example covers the development of the tool and the methodology, as well as its use on a sort of hypothetical audit engagement. The second chunk of the guidance is documentation guidance. And this was this was an example where both routes I mentioned about our inspection teams and our working group, but both of those groups sort of flagged this as a potential issue. I think because technology enables new types of procedures or enables existing procedures to be done in different ways, with that newness and novelty, there is a sort of challenge there, or an uncertainty about how to document that and what the regulatory expectations might be. So we thought it was a good that was a good reason to issue guidance on it, both on what it is appropriate to document in relation to tools that use AI, but also equally importantly, where, whether that's sort of on the audit file itself or held centrally at the firm level. So in this section of the guidance, we discuss what we expect to see documented on things like at a high level, what the tool does, what its function is, and how that fits into the methodology, how it works. And when we say how it works, that doesn't necessarily mean need to be at the sort of programming level of exactly how it works, but conceptually what sorts of tools and what sorts of algorithms and systems are working to deliver what sort of output. We also expect to see documented how the tool has been trained, how bias has been mitigated, how it's been tested and certified, what methodological material has been developed around it, training and guidance, things like that. What criteria there are for teams to use it or not use it on an engagement, things like that, as well as when it is used on an engagement, what we expect to see documented in terms of the key judgments. And in terms of that question of where that documentation should sit, we articulate a principle in the guidance whereby we say the more bespoke a tool is, some tools are built from the ground up for use on one or a small number of engagements. So for cases like that, the balance of documentation we'd expect to see skewed towards the audit file, whereas tools that are rolled out across the practice or very widely, we think it's more appropriate that much of that documentation is held centrally and just the key judgments of how it's used on a specific engagement are held on the audit file itself. One other area to mention with the documentation guidance section is that we include considerations on how our expectations may or may not shift based on whether a tool is built in-house or procured from a third-party technology provider. And we're very clear that the sort of core expectations, the core principles don't change at all. But what that might look like in terms of exactly how you document it or what information you're able to get may, out of necessity, change. So you may not be able to understand exactly sort of what the model architecture is, because that may be proprietary information for the software provider. But you might be able to get third-party assurance on that it's working. For example, you may test it yourself on real or synthetic data, things like that. So just giving it a context of how those expectations might shift in that context. Moving now on to the thematic review. So the scope here is that we looked at the processes in place at the 6 largest firms in the UK. On not actually the name, it's a bit of a misnomer because we actually look a bit more broadly than just the certification. We look at the end-to-end processes about how firms identify opportunities to develop technological tools to help with the audit, then the choice as to whether to build or buy that tool, then the certification piece as well, sort of how they test and ensure that it's working as intended, and then ongoing support that they provide in terms of decommissioning tools, version control, things like that. So we looked at processes spanning all 4 of those aspects. But this is not guidance, and we don't sort of give a verdict or sort of an approval or disapproval of how good the processes are. It's just kind of a review of the state of play at the firms. We do identify some areas of common practice or good practice, or some areas where we think things could be improved, but they're kind of quite targeted observations. And the other thing to mention here with the scope is that much of the work here was done sort of last summer, when most of the ATTs at the 6 firms in the UK, 6 largest firms, were not really using AI. And so we have identified some areas where the processes that are in place for more traditional tools might be modernized or expanded to accommodate tools that do use AI. And that is a sort of an issue that the firms have been working on in the last year or so, and we've understand from our ad hoc engagement that they've made quite a bit of progress with that. There's a lot of detail in this thematic review, so in the interest of time, I won't go through all of that now, but I'd encourage you all to have a look. I think we've heard from plenty of different stakeholders that they've found a lot of value in the material there. So now I'll move on to what's potentially of most interest to this audience, which is the key topics we've identified through both of these pieces of work that are relevant to ethics and independence issues. And yeah, as I mentioned, I've organised these by just as a sort of broad theme by the sort of fundamental principles, or 3 of them at least. And the first one, and possibly the one I'm going to spend most time on today, is this issue of professional competence and due care, which obviously requires auditors to meet professional standards, professional requirements, and they may very well choose to use technology in the course of meeting those requirements. But if that were to go wrong in some way, they may fail to meet the requirements and therefore breach this ethical principle. And we think there are three main ways that can happen in the context of technology. Could be that the tool doesn't work, something's gone wrong with the tool itself and it simply doesn't do what it's meant to do. Or it could be that the tool does work, but it's not used in the right circumstances or in the right way by the audit team. And to be honest, that's probably the most common pitfall we're currently seeing. Or thirdly, the tool could work correctly, could be used correctly, but then the audit team might misinterpret the output and then not design sort of further procedures in quite the right way, which could again cause them to not meet requirements. All three of these possibilities are discussed in both reports that we issued this summer. I mean, the certification piece speaks quite directly to that issue of whether or not the tool works as intended, but then sort of when to use it and how to use it and how to interpret the output, that kind of methodological piece is very much discussed, especially in the illustrative example where we show the hypothetical firm in our example sort of approaching those issues and how we think we've hopefully given a bit of a steer on sort of how audit firms can avoid these potential issues. Certainly a lot more to be done in that space, and we just heard Angela talking about the sort of QM project at the IESBA level, which will definitely sort of speak to many of these issues. So yeah, confident that will also really help drive quality there. I just wanted to talk about two kind of slightly narrower topics here, which I think are quite important. The first one is explainability, which again is a sort of very commonly discussed issue in relation to AI. These generative AI tools especially are often referred to as black boxes because it's due to the complexity and scale of the models. It's quite hard for a human to peer inside them, so to speak, and understand at sort of line by line level exactly why the tools are given certain outputs. So that sort of opacity leads to them being called black boxes. And I feel like a lot of the discussion around this, or as to why that might be an issue, is centered on parties sort of external to the engagements, parties like regulators, for example. How do you satisfy the regulator that you sort of met requirements if you can't explain exactly why the tool was done when it's done? But I actually think there's a sort of equally important piece. That is certainly a very important topic, but I think there's an equally important topic for the team themselves of if the team doesn't understand to an appropriate level why the tool has given the output it has given, in many cases, it can be quite hard for them to work out what to do next and sort of interpret that output in terms of informing further work. So, for example, to take the example we discussed in our initiative example in the guidance, if you have a tool which is attempting to identify potentially anomalous items, if the tool doesn't tell you why those items are potentially anomalous or unusual, it's quite hard to know what sort of information or evidence to look for to give you comfort that they're not fraudulent, for example. Or to take another example from the sort of generative AI space, if you're using a large language model to summarize board minutes, it might say, oh, this paragraph is a bit strange. But if it doesn't tell you why, it's quite hard to know what to do with that in terms of informing the rest of your audit. So without that appropriate explainability, in many cases, it can be quite hard for the audit team themselves to meet the requirements of the standards. But I think the key there is appropriate explainability. I mean, many of these tools are indeed black boxes, and it is pretty much impossible to get that full mechanical, complete certainty as to why outputs are being reached. But you can augment these tools with other algorithms which give you probabilistic explanations, which in many cases we think is perfectly good enough. I mean, we have a sort of risk-based model in audit where we're aiming at reasonable assurance. So if you can understand, okay, with 95% certainty, this is why it's done this, that in many cases might be perfectly appropriate. But appropriate explainability is really important for many reasons. That's kind of the main takeaway, I think. Then the other one is third-party technology. So if you've built a tool in-house in the firm, it's a lot more straightforward to understand exactly how it works, why it's doing what it's doing, when it should be used, what are the criteria in terms of data quality, things like that. So in terms of these bullet points, especially 2 and 3, if you've built the tool yourself, it's a lot easier to not fall foul of those potential areas of error. But if you've bought the tool, the third-party technology providers will often tell you sort of how to use it, when to use it, things like that, but it can be quite high level. And we've actually seen quite recently in the UK some firms just taking that kind of off-the-shelf methodology piece, not quite adapting it to their circumstances, and then coming across some issues because the tool hasn't quite worked in the way they thought, and they haven't given appropriate care to that judgment, and they found themselves in trouble with our inspection teams. So yeah, another really important area. Moving on now to objectivity. I mean, I think this one is reasonably self-explanatory. For if the auditor must avoid bias, if they rely on a biased tool, they may not be objective. It's reasonably sort of straightforward in that sense. And both of our publications speak to this. The guidance itself asks audit firms or clarifies that we expect audit firms to document how they've mitigated bias in the development of tools. And that could be, I think, probably if I were to boil it down to one key way they could do that, it would be using data when they're training and developing the tool that's representative. So, for example, to use the identification of potentially fraudulent transactions example again, if you've trained the tool based on a large multinational corporate, the sort of patterns that the tool has learned that potentially identify areas of risk, they may not apply if you're then using that tool in the context of an audit of a very small company, maybe completely different patterns, and therefore the tool will be biased. Similarly, if you're summarizing board minutes, there can be region by region or industry by industry different conventions in terms of how things are, just in terms of the tone of the language, how things are described. So if your large language model is sort of built, trained on material from certain jurisdictions, the understanding it has of what might be some flags to look out for may not apply in different cultural contexts. So that you may want to look at, as an audit firm, at fine-tuning those models based on information from specific industries or regions or whatever it might be to help mitigate that bias. Moving quickly on in the interest of time, the last thing I was hoping to discuss today is confidentiality. So auditors obviously obtain huge amounts of information from the entities that they audit, and they also have need of a lot of information to help develop technology. So there's a potential sort of ethical threat there where there's some incentive for them to use that information when they may not have received appropriate authorization. And the IESBA code in the revisions a couple of years ago makes it very clear that that's not permitted. And we sort of reiterate that in our guidance and clarify that we expect firms to document the source of the data they've used to develop technology and why that's permitted by both auditing and ethical standards. We actually also issued in February, outside of this guidance, in a sort of public minutes on our website, we've reiterated that same point and noted that the provisions of the code do require authorization from the entity before any confidential information is used. And that includes, the wording in the code I think is quite strong, quite clear in the sense that it says in the use of confidential information in the development of technology, which is quite open-ended, and we think would apply even to things like using confidential client information to develop synthetic information, which you might then use to develop technology. Even that first step of using it to create synthetic information is arguably a use of that information in the development of technology, and therefore you still need authorization even to do that. And we've kind of publicly put that on the record earlier this year. And that is the end of the material I was going to discuss today. So very happy to stop sharing my screen, and if anyone has any questions, very happy to take those. Oh, there may be one in the chat already. No, as well.
Thank you, Romana. Questions from the board?
I think that there was an echo. So thank you very much for the presentation. We will now open the floor for questions, if the board has any questions or comments. And if you have still a few minutes to stay with us in case there is something for you. Thank you. So questions from the board? Nothing, David?
I don't mind if I do. So Romana, you talked about the guidance that was released, and of course we've spoken about this in our TEG calls as well, Technology Experts Group calls. That the general sort of trend and direction of travel really has been at the regulatory level for a principles-based approach to governing or to give oversight in respect of these tools, these very advanced tools. Can you give us a little bit of background on why the FRC has chosen that approach? We did hear in our conference, our very successful conference on technology, in respect of how principles allow sort of a much faster approach in the profession rather than a rules-based approach, which might hold it back a little bit.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that nimbleness is definitely a really important part of the answer. I think also, especially with generative AI, it's such a versatile tool that it can be used in so many different ways that trying to take a rules-based approach to sort of preempt all of those would be borderline impossible. So setting out some principles about what are the sensible precautions you can put in place to mitigate risks with using them, and also to sort of help identify the opportunities where you can enhance quality by using them is we think the way to go. And we're actually kicking off another piece of work now to look at guidance on generative AI specifically, and that is probably going to be even more high level than this one, where we're looking at principles of things like how the amount of review you might want to do of the output of Gen AI, how that's related to the amount of confidence you might have in its accuracy and how it works, and which is a function of, among other things, how much you've tested it and things like that. So that kind of principle, that trade-off, is kind of the type of granularity where we think we can add most value.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't know why when you speak there is an echo, David, but okay, Romana, thank you so much for being with us, mostly in a day where, as I understood, you are on holidays. So very much appreciated. We need these presentations and this kind of information very much to inform our work, our own thinking. And it was very good to see you going through the ethical elements that this work that FRC has been doing raises. So thank you for your availability. Thank you for a very good presentation. And we wish you a good rest of holidays.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Romana.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, David, Jean, and Joanne, for bringing these presentations, for allowing us to listen to these presentations. Before we close, of course, I want to know if there are any comments here after the presenters have gone. Sorry.
David and I just want to give an update on the Technology Experts Group meetings that we had. So
we'll try and keep it as swift as possible. I think it's appropriate a little bit, Gabriella, to reflect on the very successful conference that we had a couple of days back.
Sorry, David, I will just ask that you speak closer to the mic because sometimes we cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I thought it'd be appropriate just to reflect a little bit and give some highlights on the conference that we had a couple of days back. And congratulations to David and to Jan. Very well facilitated in respect to the technology panel. But just overall, there were lots of attributes, directing comments in respect to technology throughout the whole conference. And I wanted to just highlight a few of them now, and then invite the technology working group or board members to reflect on those things, and also give some of the reflections themselves, if you like, as well. So what we heard was ultimately very optimistic and very positive. It's being embraced by all facets of the profession and the ecosystem, which is really encouraging. Technology with a smile, David, right? And with difficult questions, we got somewhere, I think. And in the bucket of digital transformation and AI, I think it's really quite important from that. The message from that is to underline that it's a collective effort, right? We only get somewhere if we're all in this together, and we put aside those sort of skeptical attributes where it's easy to go for a human in respect of technology. So there was underlining, of course, about trust in technology. Some comments in and around there's only so much trust you can put into technology because of biases in the AI systems. But positively, I think, there's a balance to be had there when we think about the human intervention, the human judgment element in respect of technology. And I think that was an important matter that was brought out in the technology as well. Adapting to change, there was emphasis on the importance of setting a solid ethical foundation, not in the future, not for further generations, but now, because the future is really kind of with us now. It's not about what happens tomorrow. It's about what we do today that sets that legacy going forward. I've bent that a little bit for this forum, but I think it's important to embrace the change now. We heard that there were strong messages on technology strengthening ethics, not undermining them, strengthening audit work and strengthening the profession and making it much more attractive and relevant today. And so technology can be the saving grace of the profession at the end of the day. We heard about the audit coverage. The audit coverage is now totality. It's very comprehensive, and how it can identify the outliers and get a speed to answer much quicker than it did before in the audit. There was much more optimism in the profession in and around the fact that technology frees accountants up to really look at professional judgment, professional skepticism, and critical mindset, if you think about role and mindset. So there's a freeing there of time so that more important things can be done as technology pre-populates information, it summarizes information, et cetera, et cetera. And I also think I heard that accountants spend less time at their photocopier as well. We heard that there are some key principles that are being put into place and into play by firms within the profession. Accountability, having the responsibility about expectations in respect to the outcomes for the tools themselves, and how that's critically important. Data protection and confidentiality is fundamental when you think about the use of client data. Do you really have the right to use that data? That was the key message that came across. Even if you are thinking about training an AI to bring it up to speed, making sure that you have those things in play. And then the one that I really liked, a little bit biased on this, of course, but independence is the shield, right? And as I think about that, I think about it being the differentiator for the profession. It sets us aside from other professions because we have that shield in place, and we have that responsibility. And I think that promotes quality. I think that promotes something which is unique in the field of many other practitioners getting involved in this space. We also heard, finally, from the European Commissioner, there is a need for shiny and consistent supervision, regulation and standards to oversee the technology evolution. So I invite others to sort of share some of their takeaways from the conference, it being the sort of future of how we interact with our stakeholders.
Thank you very much, David. And yes, I think that we should definitely take the best out of what we heard in the conference and the inspiration that we may get not only from the panel on technology, which was wonderful, one of those which received more feedback, but also from other panels where the topic was recurrently mentioned. I think that from the first one to the last one, and in the keynote speech of Jean-Paul Servet, and Marie-Louise Albuquerque, if not the minister, I don't remember. So it was a topic which was cross-cutting along all the topics, and that demonstrates the importance of it. Mark, please.
Thank you. Just really sort of sharing one reflection, and that is, it's very clear that this area is moving and changing at pace. And one of the things that we've traditionally done in our standard setting is made revisions to the code, changes to the code, and then those have endured for a period, and we've done it to respond to a particular issue. But I'm finding the way in which, for instance, we develop guidance for use in our own jurisdiction is more bite-size, because there are particular issues that need to be addressed, but you don't want to try and address the whole question because it will date very quickly. And so therefore you need something that is easier to maintain so that it's still relevant in, you know, the pace of change that we're seeing. So I think that there is a sort of challenge for us to think about how we go about that. You know, what do we need to fix in terms of immediate problems, in terms of either gaps that we identify or ways perhaps where our thinking from several years ago makes it difficult to embrace the level of innovation and the speed of change that we're seeing. So it may require a slightly different mindset than perhaps we've had in the past, and I think that's only going to become more the case.
Thank you, Mark. David, please.
So there were a couple of observations I had, and it was really interesting. You're right, David, there was a lot of talk from the first opening session all the way through the last on technology. And two things really struck me, including some things that were talked about within our panel, both on the day, but also prior. One of the things is there seems to be a collective forgetfulness, perhaps. I don't know if that's the right word or it's a bit too strong, that the technology we're talking about is a tool. It will neither make nor break the profession. It won't do either of those things. The humans will. So how we use it or how we allow abuse of it, if we don't safeguard, those are the things that will create adverse impacts. So I think the key message, and Maria Accente was one of the ones that really emphasized it, is the importance of all of this being human-centric and never losing sight of the fact that the human being is really core to whatever we do. So I think to the point, Mark, that you raised, and it's a very good one, you're right, within jurisdictions, there are specific issues that come up, and that's quite normal. So I think when guidance is developed, including for us, we can think about that broadly if we focus on the human element. Because if we start to get caught up on a particular tool, the particular features of the tool, then I think we'll struggle. And that was a key message for me that really came out within the technology panel very, very loudly and clearly. The other thing that really struck me, and I smiled a little bit, and at the same time sat back and thought, okay, well, how do we address that? Is it seems like the pendulum has gone perhaps a year or so ago. When you read the media, the sky was falling, AI was coming for every job under the sun, and all of us would be unemployed. I mean, it was a really dire, the sky's a dark situation, including some leading individuals and platforms. And you see the pendulum has swung back the other way, and now everything is great, and technology has all of these great opportunities. And I think we're at two extremes, and neither extreme is correct. So I think part of what we need to remember and keep thinking about is there are absolutely opportunities and hugely exciting ones for the profession, but there are very real and fundamental foundational risks that we need to make sure we talk about in conjunction with the opportunities. So those would be the observations I have from the conference and the tag that I know you'll talk a little bit more about, David, as we go through. But I think it's important that as a board, we don't lose that sense, because if we keep that compass and we keep that human being at the center of this and the insight of that, then I think we'll steer ourselves well into the future, regardless of what technology comes out. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Sadia, please.
So a couple of reflections from the conference. The one thing that was clear, and I think it's been mentioned before, is that we need to be quick. If we are going to say something, we need to say something in a timely vision, because things are changing so fast. And we have done that because we have this great technology amendments to our code, which is principle based and is standing the test of time. But it also occurred to me that with all technology, there's different stages or different types of adopters. There are those that are early adopting, then there are those that are what they call early majority, late majority, and then laggers. So in our profession, we might have people at different stages in which they're using AI and other tools. And we might need to remind them of things that might not have been relevant to them, but might not have been relevant to them when we released information, but now may be relevant to them. So there's a great resources that are available from the technology working group. And I really want to re-emphasize that we should remind people what resources are out there rather than looking for questions to answer when we've answered some of those questions. The other thing that occurred to me is that the way that you all phrased it, that this is our first podcast, was really innovative. Sometimes it just needs a conversation. We might not have something to say, but we might have reminders to mention because we have already said things in the past, or we want to re-emphasize some versions of the code. I would encourage the task group the working group to really think about how IESBA's voice is heard in this space. It's something that we are doing a lot of work about. We discussed it at the meeting, but sometimes it doesn't transcend from one meeting to another into the wider audience. And I think that we should really think about how we communicate these kind of findings or the presentations we receive.
Thank you, Sadia. Any other questions? Comments? Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, I found Sadia's comments very helpful. In fact, it's reflective of some of the conversations we've had internally between you and me, Chair, about what this board should be thinking about relative to technology. And I think the panel session at the conference on Monday was exactly what we needed to do to kick the conversation onto the turf and to get it going. And the panel session, the podcast, sorry, it's not to use the right term, was fantastic. We had great speakers, great insights, and David and John did a fabulous job. But to your question, what can IESBA bring to the table? We have a lot that we can bring to the table. We've done a lot of work on technology. It's almost as if the water has already flown under the bridge and it's been a long time, but there's a lot that this board has done, not just in terms of changes to the code, the revisions to the code that the board has made, and those revisions are standards. They have NGO, they have the power to NGO. They have essentially the element of time, the endurance of the standards, the permanence, and that is right. We shouldn't be changing standards overnight or on a weekly basis. But in addition to the standards, there's been a lot of work that the board did commission and work with other parties, collaborators, partners in developing thought pieces, non-authoritative material, which touched on a number of the ethical issues that stakeholders are talking about, issues of bias, issues of misinformation, issues of explainability, issues of accountability, and so forth. And how do we bring all of these into the conversation? And is there enough of those discussions that are happening? So that is what I think we need to have a discussion about and see how we bring that kind of conversation, that level of dialogue into play, so that really we sensitize stakeholders about some of these important ethical issues and questions that they ought to be asking themselves. And as indicated, the podcast, in fact, the series of podcasts that are hopefully coming down the line will be absolutely a very good channel, a perfect channel to really start to string together those conversations and see whether we can, in fact, provide a bit of a platform to engage with stakeholders more broadly. So that's certainly a very good start.
Thank you, Ken. That's really helpful, and I think that addresses what myself and Jan were going to have a go at ourselves. But just going back to the other previous comments, I think this is absolutely right, Mark. I think we need to remain agile, nimble, all these really words that denote an ability to expedite our process should it require intervention from a standards perspective. You know, we're doing what we can with bite size sound bites and putting them out there into the sphere so that people are educated, people understand, maybe try to close that expectation gap, you know, where they are in technology. But I think being aware that you're right, David, there's not a lot of risk out there which is different from what we had before, right? It's just that it's rapid. It's emerging rapidly, because we have this vehicle which is promoting those risks a little bit more quickly. And so we have to remain vigilant, and we have to respond to those risks as and when they emerge. But absolutely, there's nothing that AI in particular or technology does which is new to us, because they are very human attributes. Except you could have caught them a little bit quicker before, right? Yeah, because the human is a little bit less quick to respond. But yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Ken, as well. I think we're doing a lot. We have done a lot. We're ahead of the curve when it comes to our principles. And the update to the code that, of course, was effective last year is really important, and that's recognized. And it's informing all of these people that are speaking on screen today. It's helping them build that trust, build that relationship within their own stakeholder groups, as they team with their ecosystems in their different countries. So it really has been leveraged very well indeed.
Thank you very much, David. I think that Nancy wants to add something. Nancy, please.
Yay. David, I'm going to challenge you on a couple of the last statements you made. One, a question, I guess, is it sounds like we believe that right now we've hit the sweet spot. And I'm not sure I agree with that. I think we talk about the people that just presented, you know, those are the champions. Those are the people that I'm not worried about reaching out to. I'm worried about reaching, and not even necessarily the early adopters, although I do have concerns about that, but that next wave of people who are starting to get comfortable that this is all wonderful. And when I think about risks, and risks that I personally am seeing is risks to move even faster. So as rapid as the technology is evolving, I think the desire to really implement that technology in very meaningful ways, that desire to use that in significant ways is perhaps moving even more rapidly. And David talked about that keeping, you know, it human centric. I'm starting to hear a lot of noise about no longer having much of an appetite for that we need to find ways to not be human centric and to move fast, you know, past that and where to get there. So my challenge, and it's not really to you, but perhaps to this group, is do we in fact need to anticipate some of these involving pressures, if you will, and how that is going to translate? Because I do think we have, you know, I think overall risks that we will see some major use cases where there are significant failures and that could have significant public interest impact. And how do we anticipate that those stakeholders that are using this technology and engaging with it, and it is here, right? We will all be using it if we're not already. But how do we engage in a way that people are stepping back and pausing and thinking about that before they just run, you know, full on out? Because what I'm starting to see a lot of is execution before governance. And I think we have to be very thoughtful about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Nancy, Rich, please.
I have agreement with some of Nancy's observations, but I also agree with David's. I think in the world of the PA, we do have this problem that there may be execution before governance or assessment. Not necessarily in the world of PA, but in general in the environment. For the PA though, I think one of the challenges is not enough of them understand that we already have ethical obligations to understand how the technology works, to understand what the output is, actually to be able to explain that to whoever we're using it on. Those are all in our code. And I sense that maybe that's part of your point about execution before governance, is that it may not be so much a lack of the proper standard being there, but there sure seems to be a need for some education around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Nancy, do you want to come back? Sorry? Okay. Okay. Janine, please.
Yeah, I think this is a very important topic, and as has been said, also was, of course, also throughout the panel discussions and the speakers at the conference, a sort of theme that popped up every time, and therefore I also think, having listened to the work the FRC has been doing, but also what the IESB is undertaking currently, I like to encourage the board to consider exploring the ethical aspects of these evolving technologies like AI, and then focusing on the threats to the fundamental principles, because that is where it really hits the code. And also concepts like professional skepticism and professional judgments that is being made, also resulting from using these tools. And then to consider what could be the right approach going forward in this space to support the public accountants, the professional accountants, sorry. And the IEESB's current quality management project or work stream may also provide opportunity, because there is this link. They have this ethical requirements objective in ISQ1. But the ethics are the fundamental principles, amongst other things. And there is where that is typically your workspace. So I'd like to give an encouragement to consider this carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine, for your encouragement. And thank you very much to the board members who also encouraged us to think about how can we take action, more action with respect to this topic. Let me just share some thoughts, well, from my outreach conversations and also reflections and a little bit of work lately. I am coming to the conclusion, which is an obvious one, I think, that this is becoming inevitable for us as a topic where we need to do something. And something does not mean let's start a project tomorrow to develop standards. That's not what I'm speaking about. We will do whatever is needed at any time. And let me just take the opportunity to say something. I heard something, someone here today saying, well, we should not do something because the code is already too too big, too heavy, and etc. That's a reality. The code is really becoming heavy, long, etc. But it should never be the reason for us to stop us from doing anything that we really need to do. So let's be clear about this. I'm not saying that we need to do something in this respect. I'm very far from there. My initial conversation about technology was exactly to raise the following. This is more and more important, more and more relevant. We are being, and myself, constantly asked about what are you doing? Are you looking at this? Are you moving, etc., etc. Of course, the fact that the IEESB is doing a big project on this also raises the attention, but it's not the only attention. And let me share a little bit my experience. As I was saying, in Copenhagen during summer, there was a presentation from Tom on the work that IEESB is doing. There was a presentation from me on behalf of the IESBA. Of course, I did not tell them that we are doing a project. We are not. I spoke about what we have done, but I didn't stop there, and also raised some comments and considerations about what this is bringing to the table of the IESBA, stakeholders, firms, etc., in many areas. And if I may share my sentiment, was that there was a lot of attention and interest in some very high level considerations that I made, but I think that there are some opportunities for us to first thing, pick what the good materials, the standards, the thought leadership, etc., and start using them more intensively. I think, Ken, and you'll help me, but I have some outreach coming where I'm being specifically asked to speak also about technology. So the three topics about which stakeholders want to speak, be them regulators, be them whatever, it's FCG, because we are in a phase where we are developing something they want to know, technology, and private equity. This is recurrent, and everywhere I go, it can be two of them, the three of them, but this is what stakeholders are wanting to speak about. And of course, this is forcing myself, of course, also to think a little bit more about where we are in this topic. There are a lot of things happening. The ethical implications of the technology, of course, we don't need to, to repeat it. They are very relevant. David mentioned it, but it's obvious. Sadia mentioned the need to do something that demonstrates the IESBA proactivity in terms of responding to these developments. Nancy was more or less along, not the same lines, but you also made some comments, and we have the encouragement from Janine. I have been speaking with some of you also about some considerations about ethical implications, but also, which is not indifferent for us, some significant changes that technology is already driving with respect to firms, culture, and governance, composition of the firms, etc., and also market distribution, because the importance of technology is such that clients are leaning to ask some of the bigger providers, big firms providing services, technology services, and at the same time being forced to make decisions with respect to the audit provider, which cannot be the same as the technology services provider. And there are already some examples of big clients, banks and etc., going for mid-tier, smaller audit firms to provide them with audit services. This is not a problem at all, but it, for instance, raises new questions in terms of where the independence lines sit, and raises questions about the preparedness of some firms to embrace this new challenge. And I'm not saying that they are not prepared, but I mean, it's a good opportunity to discuss all these. So I think that there are a lot of ideas floating also in my mind, but not only, which we could think about and see how the materials and the thoughts and the learnings that we already have might somehow help address these topics. So I think that we should together consider and I would welcome, not probably now, but as we go, some suggestions about what can we do, at least to make sure that the very good materials that we have already produced are used proactively and in a very active way to address the challenges which are new every day. And if we pause and think about the challenges, we have all these ethical implications for the ethical fundamental principles, a few things on independence, but I think that we can easily identify a few others that we may want to address very soon. So this is nothing but just a nudge, if I may say so, for you to think about the dynamism that we probably will need to bring to this topic again. We decided to pause a little bit 2 years ago when we approved, a little bit more years ago, when we approved the technology standards and all the materials. It was the right decision, and it is still the right decision to stop, be monitoring, observing, understanding, learning, etc. And for that purpose, the working group has been bringing us very, very important presentations, materials, etc. The relationship with the technology experts group has been excellent. from that perspective. My question, not to be responded today, probably, but in the near future is that our time to move again with something more proactively in terms of demonstrating, or it's not only a matter of demonstrating, it's responding to the developments. So sorry for this bit long considerations, but it's something that it's not keeping me awake at night, but it's not far from that. And I think that with this, Jean, David, Joanne, any further considerations, information?
I think these are all really helpful, and we'll take these all back with us and talk about them in our meeting tomorrow, right? We have one tomorrow. But, you know, the sort of temperament of the excitement, that's good, right? So we know that we can get a little bit excited about technology, and it's good to have that temper. And Nancy, thank you for raising that. That is important. And these are all very similar things that have been raised through the technology experts group. They worry about the gap in the education. They worry about the advancement of agentic AI and blockchain, and whether we have the actual skill set to cope with these very advanced technologies. So they're all things that are coming across from our technology experts group. And well said, Gabriella, in that respect too. I don't know if you wanted to reflect a little bit. We did have an update from the TEG, but we later days. Rob me of the mic.
I robbed you of the mic. Sorry, David. Yes, I don't think it's needed to go through the TEG update, because all the topics or all the points that was actually raised through the conference and through the discussion today was actually highlighted through the TEG as well. So it's nothing new. There are other technologies beyond artificial intelligence as well, and also how they're working together. It shouldn't be seen in isolation. It's not just AI, but AI and blockchain, or the quantum computing that's on the horizon. So there are other things that we need to consider as well. So I don't think we need to provide an update. The slides are available. If there's anything that we need to provide, we can always provide it during the next board meeting.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for the opportunity to these comments to come to the table. So nothing else for today? Okay, so we'll stop here a little bit earlier than the agenda, than planned on the agenda, which is good. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9 as usual. I wish you all a very good rest of day, and that you have the opportunity to enjoy a little bit the city and the sun. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.